Everyone, and thank you so much for coming to our second Self-Harm Learning Network conference. To start with, we're going to have, to introduce it, is Rachel Jevons from West Sussex County Council Public Health. Thank you, Rachel.
Hi, good morning, everybody. And thank you very, very much for coming. As Alison said, very pleased to have you here today. I'm going to just do a brief introduction and just sort of bring you up to date with where we are here in West Sussex. But I'm aware we've got colleagues from across the piece here in Brighton and Hove in East Sussex. You're very welcome. So first of all, I want to give you a little sort of potted history of how the Self-Harm Learning Network came about. I'm very proud to have developed and designed and commissioned this work with my colleague Daniel McIntyre and my colleagues in East Sussex and Brighton and Hove. And this came about because NHS England, as part of their suicide prevention funding in 2019, gave us some money with a number of areas that they wished us to focus on, one of those being self-harm in children and young people and preventing that. In West Sussex, we also undertook a self-harm needs analysis, which then allowed us to employ somebody full-time in a role to support schools and colleges with a suite of resources, which the Self-Harm Learning Network include, and support schools and colleges with self-harm prevention. The overall vision for the Self-Harm Learning Network was essentially support in education and the community with parents and carers. For those that are concerned about or have identified children and young people at risk of or engaging in self-harm behaviour. We wanted an inclusive approach, and we worked closely with the LGBT plus community to make sure that we had provision for that particular group. We wanted to foster communities of practice and spaces for people to come together and support each other and have a sustainable resource. So if you'd been on the course, you could then go back and access all the resources that had come from that particular session. We commissioned Mind and YMCA Downslink to deliver the Self-Harm Learning Network after a procurement exercise, and they also teamed up with All Sorts, who are the Sussex sort of leading young persons charity for those that identify as LGBT plus, and were able to deliver a number of sessions online to initially teaching staff and staff working in educational settings and parents and carers. We did commission an evaluation, which Professor Ellen Townsend of the University of Nottingham Self-Harm Research Group. It was a very positive evaluation. It highlighted that especially parents and carers appreciated the space to come together, to talk, to support, to learn, and learn those practical elements and be able to become confident in starting conversations with children and young people. We extended the offer to professionals, and then we had police, ambulance, staff from our acute hospitals, trust, community trusts, social workers, midwives, all sorts of people that were then able, who were working with young people, that were able to attend, and they have very much taken advantage of the offer. And we do see continued demand for spaces. In addition, there were requests for more specific focuses within the group. So the offer was extended to include sessions on eating disorders and disordered eating, online harms, and neurodevelopmental disorders. Again, those were well attended. So we continue. We're having this conference. The work is ongoing. The resources are still there for everybody to use and take advantage of in their work. And part of this picture in West Sussex remains that we do have stubbornly high rates of hospital admissions for self-harm. We recently undertook a public mental health needs assessment, and the highlights from that were that the key findings that 1 in 5 children or young person have a probable mental health disorder, and they're mostly anxiety related. So we do have this high rate of hospital admissions. I'm going to caveat that by saying that hospital admissions account for the very serious, most serious cases of self-harm. Now, this is people who go into A&E and then are so seriously harmed that they need to then be admitted to a ward. So that's the very tip of the iceberg. Then we've got those that attend A&E and those that will attend minor injuries unit. We don't necessarily capture that as an episode of self-harm. And then obviously the vast majority is community-based self-harm. And again, mostly unreported. There are significant issues around online harms. It remains an area we don't really know very much about in terms of interventions that work. Keeping young people and children safe online is a priority. Not just around social media. We know social media can be absolutely a positive experience and helps people to connect, but obviously we also know that that can do significant harm. And also not just around social media, but also the platforms that enable people to come together, such as WhatsApp and other apps that allow messaging and group chats. We also know that the voluntary and community sector are experiencing higher risks within their caseloads. We know that there's unprecedented levels of suicidal ideation and self-harm with some of the caseloads that our VCSE colleagues are reporting. We know that schools remain challenged with their ability to deliver education as well as being supportive to children, especially those that self-harm. And we do have the mental health in schools team. We do have our multi-agency mental health and educational triage for those very high risk students. However, those challenges remain. We also know that our young adults here in West Sussex, so those aged between 20 and 34, who were our young people of not so long ago, are the most acutely unwell within the county and account for most of the acute admissions into hospital. So there is an issue there. That said, there are lots of good examples of work going on for children and young people. The Self-Harm Learning Network is one. The BOK service from Mind and the Youth Emotional Support Service here in West Sussex. Just a couple of examples. We've got the mental health schools in teams, and that includes mental health ambassadors, where they're training young people within the school to support their peers around that. And we also have the Thriving in Education approach, the whole school approaches to mental health and wellbeing. So there are lots of work going on, but we do know that there is additional need for training. That came up in the needs assessment, and a really sort of system-wide approach to addressing self-harm in children and young people, and just generally increasing their wellbeing and their happiness overall. So once again, I'd like to just welcome you all today. And I'm going to hand you back to Alison, who'll take the rest of the day forward to you. But thanks very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Rachel. That's great. Our next speaker is our keynote speaker, Pooky Knightsmith, who I'd like to introduce. 5 minutes early, but I'm sure she's ready and poised here. If I unmute her, that would be good.
Thank you. Sorry, you did unmute me before, but I didn't want to cough all through that really helpful intro from Rachel. Thank you ever so much. Thank you everyone who's making the time today. So we're going to be looking at a kind of overview and introduction to self-harm. So I'm just going to start sharing my screen and we'll jump straight into it. So hopefully now you can see the first of my slides. If that's incorrect, then Alison, jump in and let me know. But otherwise, I will barrel on and hope that everyone is seeing the right thing. So one of the things I want us to think about first is thinking about this from the point of view of our children and young people. I like where I can to thread their voices, and you'll hear that throughout the presentation this morning. So we're thinking about self-harm, and this is something that is often really just not very well understood. And I know there are lots of different people joining us today who come from different backgrounds with different levels of experience and might have sort of direct or indirect experience here. But one of the things that our children and young people tell us again and again and again is that they fear the judgment of those who they care about and those who care most about them, whether that's a teacher, a nurse, a parent, a carer. They worry that they will be misunderstood and that they'll be judged. So this young person puts it really eloquently. No one ever helped me by judging me. They helped me by trying to understand me and helping me to try to understand myself. And this is something that will form the heart of the talk for the next hour or so, really, is actually just trying to really understand what self-harm really is, what it's all about, why our young people find themselves here harming themselves. Because when we begin to understand what the problem is, what causes this, why our young people find this to be a helpful, if not healthy, coping mechanism, when we begin to understand that, the why, then we can begin to understand what we might do as the what next. So really starting to understand is absolutely crucial here. So in terms of what we'll cover during our hour, we're going to start with the why. We're going to try and understand why, what's going on here. Why is it that this young person is harming themselves? And we're talking today about young people, but, you know, as an aside, and as someone who has struggled throughout my lifetime, though not recently, thankfully, with self-harm, I think it's important to acknowledge that this isn't something that just affects children and young people. And that's important for us to remember too, because when working with children and young people, if we can get it right now, if someone could have got it right for me at that age, then it doesn't have to be something that continues for a lifetime. So why are our young people hurting themselves? Then we're going to think about some of the warning signs. So what are some of the things that we can look out for that might tell us that a young person might be at risk of or currently self-harming? Then we're going to think about those early conversations. This is the thing that people tell me worries them, causes them more concern than almost any other part of this. What do I say? What might make things worse? I don't want to get this wrong. And that fear of getting it wrong will often mean that we end up saying nothing at all. And actually that's the worst thing we can do. That leaves a young person struggling and alone. When we say something, even if it feels like the wrong thing, it is better than nothing. So we'll have a look at what we should be saying and a little bit about what to avoid. Then we're going to think about how we break the cycle of self-harm. So if a young person has got into this, it's become habitual and it's something they're returning to again and again and again as a way of coping, we're going to look at the different ways that we can look at trying to break that cycle, why that cycle does repeat, and how we can try to break that chain. And then we're going to finish this morning by thinking about ourselves. When you are an adult who's working with or caring for a child or young person who's hurting themselves, it's a really heavy emotional load to carry. And it's very difficult for us to be the adult that they need unless we safeguard ourselves and think about how to ensure that our own needs are met, and that we're kind of doing okay. In particular, we find that parents and carers of children and young people who are struggling with their mental health, who may be struggling with self-harm, that their own mental health, there can be real knock-on effects there. And I know that there are some lovely groups and so on going on in West Sussex and the surrounding areas that really helps with this, but it's important that we don't just brush that by. We must think about ourselves too. Okay, so we start with the why. Why do young people self-harm? So there are lots and lots of different definitions of self-harm. I find this a very helpful one. So self-harm can provide temporary relief from distressing thoughts, feelings, experiences, or memories, and it can take many forms. I work with a purposefully broad definition when it comes to self-harm. If you look up the research, then often the ideas are much narrower. But as Rachel said before, the kinds of cases that get presented in academic papers and so forth tend to be the very tip of the iceberg. We're often looking at clinical admissions, for example, whereas, you know, within the community, we know that for every child who presents within a clinical setting, there are many more who are flying by somewhat under the radar and maybe completely under the radar. So there are many young people who are turning to different forms of self-harm in order to make things feel a little bit better for a little while. And it's really as simple as that. Any way in which we might be harming ourselves that just makes us feel a little bit better for a little while. We often think about specific kind of mechanisms when it comes to self-harm, and I won't go too much into detail there because that can be triggering for people, can give a bit of a how-to guide. But our kind of, stereotypical thing we might think about would be things like cutting. But there are many other forms as well, and we would potentially include in this umbrella things like abuse or misuse of alcohol or drugs, for example. We might include some of our eating disordered behaviours. We might include forms of self-neglect as well, or risk-taking behaviour too. It's any kind of unhealthy behaviour, potentially harmful behaviour, which is giving that brief relief. But these behaviours have in common that they don't deal with the underlying issue and that they do have the potential to cause harm. I go with a broad definition and bringing in things like alcohol, drugs, eating disorders as things that can potentially be understood and supported by the ideas that we're looking at today, because we're not worried about writing clinical or academic papers today. We're worried about recognising as many children and young people who might need our help and providing some appropriate support for them. And lots of the underlying mechanisms that keep these cycles going, whether that's to do with food or cutting or many other things, are very similar here, so we can use the same ideas. So we don't want to get too pigeonholed. Okay, so there'll be a couple of times this morning where I give you just moments to just reflect. If you're in the room with someone else, do have a chat, but otherwise just 30 seconds to have a think about why our young people might be harming themselves, what might be the drivers here, and then I'll share some ideas on it. You might have lots of ideas, you might have few. This isn't aimed to try and catch you out. It's just to try and get you thinking really at these points throughout the session, really to try and think about what's your experience, what can you draw on here, maybe some questions that you might have as well. So why are our young people harming themselves? So I'm going to share with you some of the things that young people have told me about why they might be harming themselves. And many of these will be also fairly representative of lots of young people. These are the kind of things I hear often. These are not the only reasons, but these will help to give you an idea about the breadth, I suppose. So I do it to punish myself. I deserve it. I hear this kind of thing a lot, and punishment, self-punishment, tends to come in sort of two camps in my experience. So you sometimes see both together. We get some young people who have learnt through a pattern of behaviour that they've experienced that they deserve to be punished. Young people who've experienced abuse will often go on to become their own abuser, and sometimes the two will coexist as well. We might have abuse of others and abuse of self at the same time. When you have been verbally, physically, sexually in any way abused, and that pattern is repeated and repeated and repeated, this does just feel like how things should be for you. And in a strange way, it feels sort of safe as well. This is the one thing you do know. On the other hand, we get young people who might punish themselves because they have very, very high aspirations for themselves. They might be very perfectionist in their approach, and they might punish themselves when they fail in their eyes to reach the levels that they feel that they should. So this might be the young person who denies themselves food because they got 98% on a test instead of 100. We often see that very perfectionist, sometimes quite obsessive, compulsive type person who might be punishing themselves, often things to do with academia or sport, where they're really looking to achieve those quite elite levels, and might punish themselves if they don't achieve it. We'll also see sometimes young people who punish themselves because they sort of don't fit in, and there might be sort of social judgment that they're placing on themselves. Perhaps they're experiencing things like bullying or teasing, or perhaps they're just sort of beating themselves up in their own head because of something they said or they did. And we see this quite a lot in our neurodivergent community, that sense of kind of other, not really fitting, and then perhaps taking on board very much the comments, the slights of others, and using this as fuel for self-harm, reasons to harm oneself as well. I feel totally numb until I cut, then I feel alive, like I'm actually real. Again, this is quite a common voice that I will hear. This is the voice of someone who is struggling with depression, and things like derealization or depersonalization, which are technical terms we don't necessarily need to go too deeply into, but essentially a feeling of being disjointed from the world. So Sylvia Plath's bell jar, essentially. And what can happen when we are depressed, when our mood is very low, is that it feels almost like we're kind of underwater, the world is happening around us and we don't really feel anything. Nothing really penetrates. And sometimes that can feel kind of helpful for a while if we're escaping from really awful stuff. But after a while, sometimes we feel like we need to feel something. And sometimes the only thing that seems to get through is pain. And so if you're in a world where you feel completely disjointed, you're feeling absolutely nothing, then perhaps the one time you do begin to feel alive, you feel part of this world, is when you hurt yourself. When my friend did it, people finally started taking her problems seriously. This really concerns me. And again, I hear it again and again and again. We are overstretched. There's absolutely no doubt about it. We are overstretched. It's very difficult for us to meet the needs of our children and young people. And sometimes our children and young people observe that the point at which the needs of a friend or a sibling get met is the point at which they have started to harm themselves in some significant or really obvious, apparent way. When we see that happen with a friend, with a sibling, then perhaps we realise this is the way to get the support, the attention that I perhaps so desperately need. So when my friend did it, people started taking it seriously. One of the things just to point out here, for those of you who are perhaps working in schools and so on, is that sometimes we've got really good stuff in place to actually try very hard to meet the needs of all our children and young people, but we've not always communicated that really well, and sometimes there can be a communication gap here. So our young people have realised that, well, the way to get people on board, the way to get the support I need is to hurt myself, when actually we might have really good pathways in there, but we've not communicated them with our children. So just mind out for the communication gap and make sure that any good pathways you've got, that you've communicated with them, with the young people, in a way that they can hear. It felt like the only thing I could control. Some of our children and young people live objectively chaotic lives. In particular, here I might be thinking about children and young people who are in the care system, children and young people who might be living in poverty, children and young people who do not have stability over things like housing, where we don't know what's going to happen next. Our life feels completely out of our control. Things keep happening to us. We might not like those things. And so perhaps we reach for the one thing that we can control. That might be hurting ourselves, that might be control of our food, that might be control of exercise, that might be control of what we do sexually with our bodies. There might be all sorts of potentially harmful routes that we go down where we seek to control. In some young people, we see this in it will reflect in really amazing sporting performance or really amazing academic performance. And I invite you to pause for a moment here, where we see huge sort of strides in a young person's performance. Have they got to the point of obsession? Is it that they're controlling this, or is it controlling them? Because sometimes that can be a precursor to issues here. So it felt like the only thing that I could control. We also will see this sometimes as young people move through to adolescence, and they feel that their life is very timetabled. Perhaps they've got a lot going on academically. They feel like they're being told what to do all the time. And we don't have lots of control and autonomy as an adolescent. But again, what we do with our bodies is something that we can control that others cannot. I needed a way to show how much I was hurting inside. Some of our children and young people don't have the emotional literacy or the confidence to share what's happening in their heads, and there might be deep emotional distress there, and sometimes it's much easier or only possible for them to show this through physical harm rather than being able to explain or show in a healthier way what it is that's going on for them. So showing how much they hurt. And then finally, though it's not finally, there are lots more possibilities, but these are ones I see very often. It helps me escape. For a few minutes, it's all I can think about. Again, I hear this kind of thing often, that I hear it particularly from people who are hurting themselves, physically harming themselves, but also people who do things like binging, where for a few minutes it's the only thing we can think about. When I hear this, it makes me think of mindfulness, and I'd be jumping here to looking at more healthy forms of mindfulness or mindful activities. So doing activities mindfully, that might be a sport, that might be dance, it might be art, it could be anything, but where we're completely in the state of flow with something. This, you know, it helps me escape. If you have challenging thoughts, feelings, experiences in your head, why would you then hurt yourself? Maybe because the moment when you hurt yourself, those thoughts, feelings, experiences go away just for a while, because all you can focus on is the pain. So it's like a really unhealthy form of mindfulness. Like when you stub your toe, when you stub your toe, everything else falls away, and all you think about is how much that toe hurts. And that's horrible for most of us most of the time. But maybe it's blessed relief for the young person who's got hugely difficult stuff going on in their head or in their life, and they want the opportunity to have a break from that for a moment. So in terms of why, you know, so these are some of the whys. Why might it sort of get started? What's going on for the young person? But why does it perpetuate is another thing we need to understand, not least because we're going to think about how to break this cycle later on. So we have these big feelings to start with. We've got something going on that we do not have the ability to cope with at the moment for some reason. We might be lacking in skills. We might be lacking in support network. There's something going on. Those big feelings might have to do with something that is happening to us or around us. It might be a difficult moment in our life. Perhaps I'm approaching exams. Perhaps somebody died. Perhaps I've had a difficult relationship challenge. Or they might be big feelings about things that are internal, might be related to a mental health condition, might be related to unmet special needs, for example. We've got big stuff, essentially. We all have our moments like this where there are big things and then we don't feel quite able to cope with it. What we hope is that our children and young people, and indeed our adults across a lifetime, learn the skills that they need to be able to manage these big feelings as they arise. But if we don't yet have those skills, or for some reason it's very difficult for us to put them into practice, then these big feelings may grow to the point where we get to a crisis moment. So the crisis moment is where I can't handle this anymore. This has to stop, whatever it takes. I just need things to feel different, even just for a moment. This is the point of self-harm. This is the point when I harm myself in some way, and actually it provides that temporary relief for just a few moments. Things feel better in some of the kind of ways that we talked about in the previous slide. It doesn't fix the underlying problem, doesn't make things go away, doesn't change my situation or ultimately how I feel, but right now things feel a little bit better for a little while. Now, the challenge is that once that temporary relief passes, we've got some additional big feelings to add into the pot. We've not changed what was going on before, but now there may be additional feelings of guilt and shame. Why did I have to do that? Everyone else seems to be able to manage. I'm so stupid. There can be really, really challenging negative self-talk, self-hatred that can go on around this. So then we've got more big feelings. And what do we do with that? We haven't dealt with the initial problem. It's not gone away. And now I've got feelings of guilt and shame. So there's more big feelings here. I haven't learned any new coping skills. So what am I going to do when I get to my crisis moment? I'm going to do the one thing that actually made me feel a little bit better before. And so we end up in this cycle. One thing I'd say is it's easier to break the cycle earlier on, because those feelings of guilt and shame actually can help us. These are the feelings that will motivate a young person to want to stop self-harming. After many, many repetitions of this cycle, particularly if we don't talk to anyone about it, it can become normalized for us. Even really strange behaviors can feel very normal to someone who does them many, 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 many times. We see this not just to do with self-harm, but to do with all sorts of different human behaviors. Anything we do again and again and again and again and again, if we do it on our own and don't talk to others, or if we're doing it alongside others doing the same, can just feel normal after a while. That guilt and shame goes, that motivating factor isn't quite there. But what we sometimes find is the guilt and shame will begin to return as a young person opens up and sees the response of others or thinks about how other people might feel about them. So that guilt and shame, we don't want the young person to, we don't want to lean too heavily on it, but recognize it as the tool that it is, as something that can be the kind of catalyst, is the word I'm looking for, the catalyst for change. We'll think about how we break that cycle in a while, but you see how it perpetuates, because we're not fixing anything with the self-harm, we're just making it feel better for a little while. So a quick win here, I love a quick win, something you can go away and do a little bit differently right away, is to wonder why, with curiosity instead of animosity. So we've thought this morning already about why might a young person self-harm, and we might have come into this, maybe not, you've turned up today, you're probably, I'm preaching to the choir, some, but many people are like, well, why would a young person do that? And, you know, with kind of a very loaded thought, judgment, and big feelings around that. What a ridiculous thing to do. It's not going to make anything any better. You know, people say some really quite hurtful, harmful things about young people who are self-harming. But if instead we wonder why, with curiosity, you know, what's happened to this young person that's led to this point, then we can be alongside them and we can wonder with them, with kindness, with compassion, with curiosity. And if we can do it that way, if we can wonder why in a way that makes it safe for us to wonder, for the young person to wonder, then we can begin to find some answers there. And then once we understand the why a little bit, then we can begin to focus on the what next. Okay, we're going to think next about some warning signs, just so that you can have a think about children and young people that you might need to be particularly looking out for, who might be either currently self-harming or at risk of self-harming. We will go on to what we do next in a little while. But first, just handing back to you, make sure that you're keeping your brains active for 30 seconds. What warning signs do you think you might look out for, or what signs have you seen in the past? Apropos nothing, just it probably being asked in the chat at some point, which I can't look at because you're seeing the screen. But in case you are wondering, the slides absolutely will be shared. You're very welcome to them. They're actually already sitting on my socials, but the organisers here will share them with you, and you're welcome to use them, disseminate them in any ways that are helpful. So what warning signs can we look out for? Again, there are so many warning signs, but a few here that I think it's worth thinking about. So withdrawal or low mood. The young person who seems to become very withdrawn, the young person who does seem very low, I would worry that they may be at risk of self-harm. Self-harm is such a prevalent coping mechanism these days for our children and young people that anyone that we see that seems to be sort of being somewhat challenged with kind of low mood, depression, anxiety, these sorts of issues, low self-esteem, that they are potentially at risk here. Long sleeves, a young person who's covering themselves, covering their body, maybe hiding harm, injuries that are going on there. We don't know for sure whether what they're hiding here might be harm from themselves or harm from others, but either way, this may be a young person who requires input and support. In particular, I worry about a young person who is not dressing for the weather, who is covering themselves up, perhaps with lots of clothes when the weather is warm. And this can also be something that we see in young people who are hiding weight loss from an eating disorder as well. We'll often see lots of sort of big baggy clothes hiding what's going on with their frame underneath. You'll also sometimes see, as you see across here, avoids changing, and this can go hand in hand here, that young people may be feeling great shame or very low self-esteem about their bodies, but they also might be physically avoiding changing in front of others so that the actual physical signs of their harm don't get picked up on. So we might see that at school, not wanting to change for sports, for games. We might also see it that they don't want to go out sort of shopping with their friends or go for sleepovers and things like that. They might be specifically just avoiding any situation where they might be needing to undress in front of other people. Poor emotional regulation can put our children at risk of self-harm. So we see high levels of self-harm within our neurodivergent community, particularly amongst our autistic children and young people, whose emotional regulation tends to be something that they struggle with. I say this as an autistic mother of autistic daughters. All of us have to work really, really hard in my home on emotional regulation. It's an ongoing challenge. And the reason why poor emotional regulation would put you at risk of self-harm is that sometimes this leads us to those big feelings, leads us to those crisis moments where we feel we can't manage anymore. So here, this gives us good indicators of what, as a community, we need here. We need to learn about how to emotionally regulate, about how to try and keep ourselves within what we call our window of tolerance, our ability to cope and manage each day. But yes, poor emotional regulation can put us at risk of self-harm. Anyone can struggle with poor emotional regulation. Anyone here who has ever been a parent would have probably experienced this during the first weeks of a new baby's life, when our sleep tends to be very poor. When our sleep is poor, everything feels a bit harder. We find ourselves flying off the handle. And actually, the thing that makes you fly off the handle, when you lose your temper at seemingly nothing, this kind of big overflowing of feelings is exactly the same kind of moment that might lead a young person to self-harm. Negative self-talk is something that concerns me deeply. When we have young people who speak very negatively to and about themselves, this shows a real deep lack of self-respect, a deep lack of self-care, a deep lack of self-compassion. And a young person who talks to themselves that way is much more likely to go on and harm themselves. This is kind of a spectrum, I guess, where the talk may be the kind of the way in, if you like, to other forms of self-harm. Some young people can talk to and about themselves absolutely brutally. And where we see that, we need to correct it, we need to address it, we need to look for evidence to the contrary. But where we do see it, we just need to be aware also this is a young person who may be at risk. And then, of course, in terms of warning signs, we may observe injuries. If we see injuries on a child or young person, we don't necessarily know where they came from. So there's a few things to think about here. The young person presents with an injury. How do we know if it's self-harm, or could it be an accident, or indeed could it be the harm of someone else? So a few things that I would look out for here include if it's happening again and again and again. Many young people fall into a kind of habit of self-harm, and they may harm in the same ways, on the same place in their body again and again and again. This is a really surefire sign that something is utterly untoward here. It's very likely self-harm that could be abuse of someone else. You may sometimes see, though, a young person who presents with lots of different injuries over time, and that could also be self-harm, could also be the abuse of someone else, but where we're seeing repeated injuries over time. Number 2 is neat. Injuries that essentially do not look accidental are a huge red flag as far as I'm concerned. Young people will often self-harm in quite ritualistic ways. Sometimes they will do things like actually kind of create specific signs, symbols, or words in their harming of self as well. And this obviously isn't an accident. But yes, where we see neat repeated injuries, again, an issue. Accessible. What I mean here is accessible parts of the body. One of the indicators that harm is coming from a young person to the young person themselves is where the harm has occurred. So our right-handed youngsters will often harm themselves on the left side of the body that they can reach easily, and tends to be more accessible parts of the body. So you're more likely, for example, to see harm to a forearm than to, I don't know, a shoulder or a back, for example. So accessibility is something just from a very practical point of view. This is the bit of my body that I can reach. And then finally, an unlikely story. If you observe an injury in a child or a young person and you ask with curiosity rather than animosity how this injury occurred, and the story that the young person tells you just doesn't sit right with you, you think this does not look like an injury that would have come that way, or that just feels like an unlikely story, or you just kind of get a gut feeling that you just think that they are maybe stringing you along a little bit with their story, then this is a hunch to follow up on. It doesn't tell you that it's self-harm. It may equally tell you that this person is being harmed by someone else. But what it does tell you is this is a young person who may well need the support of yourself or another adult. So one thing here, I get asked often, like, at what point do I need to worry? Because self-harm is so prevalent now amongst our children and young people that if we took every single time that any young person injured themselves with great seriousness, and it would be impossible. Because some young people will just do this once or twice. They try it out in the same way that maybe 20, 30 years ago, we might have tried out a particular type of drug. I don't know, when I was at school, everyone tried marijuana once or twice because we all knew that, you know, if you were stressed, then people said it made you feel a bit better, so people would give it a go. And for some people, yeah, they liked it and they carried on doing it and they got into a habit with it. Other people tried it once or twice and were like, no, it doesn't really do anything for me, and they didn't do it again. Self-harm's a bit like that for our young people now. Like, loads of people will try it once and maybe not do it again. So we need to work out when do we worry, when do we not? And one of the key questions I will always ask myself here when we're observing any kind of behaviour, whether it might be about eating, about exercise, about all the different challenges our young person might face, is actually take away the injury, take away the actual behaviour that is kind of almost clouding our judgment here, and think, would I be otherwise worried? Do I have other reasons to worry apart from this one thing that I'm being presented with? And if the answer is yes, if we're seeing other signs here that this is a young person in need of support, then absolutely we need to move forward and provide that support. And often we'll do that in the absence of injury as well, of course. Okay, so we move on to some really practical stuff now about, well, what do we say? Maybe that last bit there, thinking about the warning signs, it's got you thinking about a particular young person in your life, in your care, that you think perhaps you need to have a conversation with. Perhaps you're worried now, but maybe you're not quite sure what to say, how to take those next steps. So we're going to think about that for a while now. One thing here, just off the bat, is this: the accidental riding up of a sleeve to reveal scars or injuries may be a student's way of starting the conversation. I say this because sometimes we try to respect a student's privacy. Maybe we're their English teacher, and while they were reading, we just noticed some scars, some injuries on their arm because their sleeves ridden up a little bit, but they didn't actively show it to us, and so we respect their privacy, and we think maybe someone else is dealing with it, or maybe they'll come and talk to me another time. It doesn't really feel appropriate to raise this. What I would say is that in many cases of self-harm with a young person, they're very good at hiding, concealing if they want to. If that sleeve has ridden up and you've seen scars, you've seen injuries, on some level, doesn't mean you're going to be met with open arms, but on some level, that young person is ready for this to be acknowledged, ready for somebody to notice, ready for somebody to care. It doesn't mean that you'll be met with open arms. You might be met with anger, with distress, with sadness, with other challenge, because these are big feelings and they'll be worried about your judgment. But what happens if we see those scars, see those injuries, and we don't follow up? That young person's really unlikely to reach out to someone else. This can be a gentle in, essentially. So if ever you do see injuries from a child or young person, please do follow up, however briefly. Let them know that you saw, let them know that you care, let them know that you're there. So how do we start that conversation? So first of all, just flipping do it. As my good friend Joe always used to say to me, there is no perfect moment. If you wait until the moment when you feel absolutely ready for this conversation, it will never happen. And an imperfect conversation is much better than the conversation that doesn't happen. I would never start these conversations if I was waiting for the perfect moment when I felt fully able to do this. And I've been literally writing the books on this, giving the training on this for years and years and years, and yet you never feel fully prepared. These are just really difficult conversations. They feel awkward, they feel hard, you feel underprepared. But having the conversation is infinitely better than not having the conversation. That young person is no longer alone. And in that conversation, they need us just to remain present. So some young people will have experiences of sharing their distress with adults and having that adult either physically leave or emotionally checking out from the conversation, because sometimes their hard is too hard for us. And this can be especially true if it's a young person we really care about. It's really difficult hearing about the challenges that a young person is facing. It's really difficult hearing about a young person for whom we may have personal or professional love telling us how they're hurting themselves. This is really hard. If you can't be present for that young person in the way that they need, then have a think about someone else who might be able to do that. Who could you pass this baton onto? But remaining physically and emotionally present, really in that conversation, is one of the crucial things we can do. We don't necessarily need to say and do a huge amount here, but just physically being present, letting them know that we're there, we care, we're sticking by them, means a huge amount here. Care out loud. Our children and young people who are self-harming will often, more often than not, have incredibly low self-esteem and will often be seeing these horrible patterns of negative self-talk and a real lack of self-care. This can mean that our children do not think of themselves as worthy, as lovable, and no matter how much we might care about, respect, or love this child, even if it's our own child and we feel like we love them so big that they couldn't possibly not know it, assume that they don't know. Assume that they don't know that you care and spell it out for them. Tell them in words of one syllable that you care. Even better if you can give them a physical token of this in some way, whether that is something that you have written, a post-it note, or something that might be given electronically, a WhatsApp message to your child, if you're a parent, for example, something they can revisit again and again and again, because our out loud words are powerful, especially if repeated often and especially delivered really sincerely. But a young person will, all people will have cognitive biases which make us tune out the things that we don't expect to hear or that we don't really believe about ourselves. And so if you said something horrible, they'd latch onto it and they would ruminate on it and hear it again and again and again. But if you say something really kind that's completely at odds with their self-belief, they might just not hear it. But if you write it down and you give it to them or you send it to them, then they can revisit it as many times as they need to begin to believe it. And it can almost become like a little talisman, a little token of that love, of that care. These things can be really precious. You can ask about injuries and intent. Here we have to fly a little bit in the face of some of our other sort of safeguarding training, and it might be that you do not feel confident doing this, in which case you might ask another appropriate adult to do so. It may be that there is a school nurse or other adult who feels more comfortable going here. But when we bridge the gap and we actually talk to children and young people about their actual injuries, we're able to safeguard them against things like infection, which is one of the big issues when it comes to self-harm. Quite often the secondary issues are far greater than the primary ones. We can also talk to them about wound care and management and so on and so forth. But it also shows that young person, I'm not disgusted, I'm not horrified. I might think, and I will say out loud, that you deserve to be cared for and you deserve to have kindness to you, not this harm. But I'm not horrified by this, I'm not judging you. We can go there, it's safe. So it can send really powerful messages when we do this. Not everyone feels comfortable doing it, but often there will be an adult to whom you can refer who does. Thank them. This is going to be one of the hardest conversations this young person has ever had, especially if they really like you. Young people will often speak to someone with whom they have a relationship outside their home before they talk to a parent or carer, because the stakes feel a little bit lower. Parents and carers, when a young person talks to you about their self-harm, this is terrifying. They don't want to anger you, they don't want to make you sad, they don't want to worry you. They often don't realise you're already really worrying. You don't know what's going on, but you're already really worried. But they don't want those things, and they don't want to let you down. And it's the same, you know, for those staff who may sit just slightly outside. You're safer, the stakes are a little bit lower, but still, they'll have chosen you for a reason. It's a real privilege when a young person opens up to you about this. Acknowledge that. Let them know that you appreciate this will have been a really hard conversation, and thank them for trusting you, because this is huge. You might have had many such conversations before, but this young person hasn't. They chose you, they trusted you. Thank them, acknowledge it. And finally, the most important thing you can do here is to listen. Listening is the number one thing you need to do. You're not here in these primary conversations to fix, to change, to make it all better. Actually, we need to start with understanding. Remember, we talked before about all the different reasons a young person might be harming themselves. We can't do the next steps of fixing, of trying to problem solve, of trying to move things forwards and break this cycle until we know why that cycle is in place. And the only way we're going to do that is by listening to that young person. And that might be listening to their words in a verbal conversation like this. That might be listening to what they show us through play. That might be listening to things they have written down, music they've created, whatever it might be. But we want to make sure that they feel heard by us, seen and heard and acknowledged. So our job is one of listener, so that the young person can tell their story. So 30 seconds over to you. What does good listening look like? How could you enable a young person to feel truly heard? When you're thinking about this, have a think about a time at which you felt truly heard and what that looked like for you. Before I go on to give you a few pointers on this, the very best advice I can possibly give you here is listen with the passion you would hope to be heard. So listen with the passion with which you would hope to be heard. If we do that, if we listen in the way we'd like to be listened to, we won't go too far wrong. So a few things here. Focus. This is about quality, not quantity. Wanted to make sure I didn't tell you that the wrong way around. Quality, not quantity. You don't need loads of time, but it needs to be really powerful time where the young person feels like they are the center of your world. You might have 5 minutes, but they can be a life-changing 5 minutes for the young person if you're fully present, physically and emotionally present. Close down all the open brain tabs. Make sure your phone is away. Do that physically. Be a bit performative about it. Let the young person know that, yeah, not taking any calls right now. Shut down the computer. Make sure you're not going to be disturbed. Make that young person your sole focus just for a few minutes, the center of your world. Be curious. Ask questions. All the questions that you have, ask open questions, give them prompts, enable them the space to tell their story. Do not try to tell this story for them, but give them the space to tell it. We're listening to understand here. So we're going to be asking lots and lots of questions. Reflect. This is about taking what the young person has said and periodically using our own words to say that back to the young person, to reflect it back at them. This serves 2 purposes. One is that it shows that we're truly listening. We can't put into our own words something that we haven't really been paying attention to and taking on board. So it demonstrates our listening. It also provides an opportunity for us to try and make sure that we've actually understood, and for the young person to correct us if we're wrong. We need to create a safe environment so that the young person feels able to correct us if we're wrong. So I'll often kind of say things like, oh, I can sometimes get things a bit muddled up, or I am a bit prone to misunderstanding, so you have to correct me if I'm wrong, or absolutely tell me if I've got this wrong, but what I think you're saying is. So you're really giving them permission, really encouraging them to correct you if you've got it wrong. And if they do correct you, praise that. Thank you so much. I really wouldn't have wanted to get that wrong. Do tell me in future if I do get things wrong. Try and make it really, really safe for that dialogue to be two-way. And then finally, silence. When we're having these conversations, then it can feel really awkward when a silence occurs. And our natural instinct as a human is to jump in. Actually, if we just allow that space, then often the young person will jump in rather than us. It might feel really kind of awkward to us. We're imagining the tumbleweed going by. It's really tricky. But for them, it might be very loud. There might be all sorts of thoughts and feelings going on in their head. They might be looking for the right words because they haven't talked about this before. They might be summoning up the courage because they're really worried about our judgment and what we might be thinking about them. They might just be trying to regulate a little bit because this is a really stressful thing to be doing, and they just need a moment to just sit together so that they can do the next bit. So silence is incredibly powerful. And the other thing I'd say here is walk and talk. I went on to the next slide because I thought I would have one that was a quick win. So your bonus quick win here is walk and talk. These conversations will work so much better often on foot or doing alongside. You might do craft alongside a young person. You might be driving alongside, but doing alongside. But yeah, get on your feet, walk and talk. When we're doing or walking, these things can be regulatory. So the emotional regulation helps to bring the thinking, speaking brain online, and problem solving and conversation works better then. But also it's less challenging than being face to face. It feels less combative, we're just side by side, and that's okay. But also when we're walking, the silence doesn't feel so awkward because, we can look at the clouds, observe the colour of the leaves, things blowing around, whatever it might be, and the silences just sort of happen a bit more naturally, which can give the child the space that they need to continue the conversation. Okay, and then what not to say. Our young people are really vocal about this. They do not want big dramatic reactions from us. So, oh my God, what the, and stop are three things that young people will really often hear from adults, particularly those who love them, when they say that they're self-harming. So making a really big deal of it, or being like, well, why on earth are you doing that? What the hell? This doesn't feel good for our young people either, or stop. They want to be taken seriously, but they don't want you to be too dramatic about it. I appreciate this is a difficult line to kind of tread, but yes, so they don't want you to dismiss them. They don't want you to say, oh, you're being a drama queen. They want you to listen. They want to feel seen. They want to feel heard, but they also just don't want you to kind of flip out completely, because otherwise they're not going to be coming back to you. They're like, okay, yeah, she kind of lost it when I spoke to her about that, so maybe, I'll try someone else next time, or just not. The other thing they don't want is to be told to stop. So when we tell a young person to stop self-harming, this just shows that we've not understood. I mean, if they're talking to us about it, clearly there is some willingness for change here. If they could just stop, well, they would have, but they can't. They will in time. We'll talk about how to do that later, how we break that cycle of self-harm, but they can't just do this. If we tell them to stop, we can enter really dangerous territory here, because sometimes they will want to please us. And so either what they're going to do is they're going to just stop without having better coping mechanisms in place. And sometimes this works temporarily, like, yay, it's been like a day, 2 days, 3 days, and then things have really built up. And then when they get to that crisis moment, it's just 10 times bigger than it would have been. And the harm is much riskier, much more impulsive, bigger, worse than it might have been before. Or they want to please us, and so they just tell us that they've stopped when actually they're just carrying on secretly doing it, and so no longer have they got the support of us on their side. The thing that young people get really annoyed about is when adults go, I understand. I think, I don't know, somebody must have run training courses many years ago that told all adults to say to children, I understand. But we don't. Nobody understands one other person wholly. Each of us has a unique story, and each child needs the space to tell their story. You might be able to empathize. You might want to understand. You could say, I want to understand. But we don't understand the exact issues that our children and young people are facing. And this can be a really alienating thing to say. So I want to understand, or even I don't understand, but I do care. These are really valid things to say, but I understand doesn't tend to go down too well with many of the young people I've spoken to. Oh, and then finally, words fail me on this one, but I've heard this actually really quite a few times at this point. When we look to the future, to something like, think how you'll look in a wedding dress, and we say this to a young person who's currently self-harming, this just doesn't land well. The young person who's currently hurting themselves in such a way that, they're going to look different in their wedding dress is not thinking forward to a happy future where they're getting married and someone loves them enough and they love someone else enough that this day will ever happen. Like this is so completely removed from their reality that it just not even worth thinking about. I had self-harm and eating disorders as a teenager, and I had a doctor who, when I was 14, would repeatedly tell me, in fact younger, would repeatedly tell me, oh, well, you keep starving yourself, you'll be infertile, you'll never be able to have children. I didn't care. I was 12, 13. Like, this literally just wasn't relevant to me in any way. In no way did this help me want to stop with the behavior that was going on. It just made me feel kind of misunderstood, misseen. So yeah, don't say think how you'll look in a wedding dress. See, when you see them spout out like this, some of them are challenging. The, oh my God, what the flip and stop. As a parent, these would be my go-to. I have to absolutely override my natural urge. I hope think how you'll look in a wedding dress wouldn't be the thing that just trips off your tongue. But if you find yourself there, just don't, please. Okay, so how do we break the cycle then? So we're going to think now about how we actually break that cycle, how we get out of it. So remember this cycle that we talked about. We've got these big feelings. We've got that feeling that we can't cope. We don't have any healthy coping mechanisms yet. So we get to the moment when it's all too much. Then comes the self-harm, which offers the temporary relief, which can trigger these feelings of guilt and shame that add to the original big feelings. And around we go again and again and again. And the more that we go round, the more that the grooves of that cycle become well-worn and easy to follow, and it all becomes a bit normalized. So how do we break it? Right, we're either going to deal with the big feelings. What's going on? What are the problems for this young person? Why are they feeling this big stuff? And what can we do to address that? Are the things that we can change? Are the things that we can manage? Some things we can't change. It might be that a young person has experienced a loss, a bereavement. We can't bring that person back from the dead, but we can help them to work through those feelings. We can let them know it's okay to feel them. We can't actually change the situation. But if those big feelings are related to a circumstance at school, like say teasing or bullying or academic anxiety, there might be things we can actually physically do to change the situation here. Those big feelings will also sometimes be related to things like unmet special needs. And again, we might look to try to address that. If it's a young person who's often in sensory overwhelm, we might look at thinking about how we can create a more sensorially safe space for them at school. We can also think about breaking it at the can't cope point in the cycle, where we actually think about teaching healthy coping skills. What are the alternatives to the self-harm here? Are there other ways that this young person might learn to cope, both in those crisis moments, but really crucially ahead of them? Can they learn to express their feelings in different ways? And the creative arts are absolutely fantastic here. With younger children, play can be good. Talking, writing, anything that enables us to take what's in our head, our experiences, and play that out in a healthier way where we explore it. And then finally, we can think about these crisis moments. Actually, in those moments when we get to the point where we can't manage anymore, how might we manage that specific moment differently? Actually, buying a little bit of time here can help too. If we can buy a little bit of time, then sometimes we can get to the point where the child can tap into those healthy coping skills that we thought about in the can't cope section. But yeah, these crisis moments, how can we manage those so that they do the least harm possible? And hopefully no harm, but we need to be realistic in terms of our timelines here. So in terms of those crisis moments, because these are the bits that, all of it matters, but in terms of dealing with those crisis moments, so we try and actually prevent or better manage the moment of harm. If we can take some of the heat from it, then the harm may be lesser, might be safer, and sometimes the child will be able to avoid it. So some of the things that can work here, breathing strategies. So for example, 5-7 breathing, where we breathe in for the count of 5 and out for the count of 7. This can sometimes calm things enough that our thinking, speaking, problem-solving brain comes on board and we're able to tap into some of our other outlets and healthy coping strategies. So breathing can help here. If you're with a child at time of crisis, you could talk them through a breathing strategy. They can learn these things for themselves as well. Sensory grounding, so that feeling of being right here, right now in the situation, away from the big feelings in my head, away from the external stuff that's going on in my life that feels hard, just being right here. And this might be squeezing a stress ball, anything that brings me right here. Things like progressive muscle relaxation, where we squeeze and then release our muscles and we work through our body, can help here too. A self-soothe box, this is a really popular one I do with my own children and myself, filling a box with items that we can turn to at times of distress. What's in the box will tend to be different from person to person, but I start with what triggers my senses in a positive way. A distraction. Sometimes we just need to buy a little bit of time in that crisis moment and leading up to it. Is there something I can do that will actually just take my brain away from this horrible thought, from this horrible moment, just for a moment? So for me, I'll often jump into a book. I'm an avid reader and I will just be like, I'm going to read a page and then see how I feel. But it might be Candy Crush. Anything that's a little bit addictive that you might easily fall into the flow of can be super helpful here. So the most irritating, most addictive games on your phone are actually a really, really good call here. What we're looking to do here is just to buy a bit of time, allow that peak anxiety, that peak moment of crisis just to dissipate and pass a little bit, because it does always pass after a time. Coping statements. So I will work with children and young people to develop statements that they can use that will help them. So in those big crisis moments, this will pass, I'm more than my anxiety. Whatever it is that young person needs to hear, I often think about the negative speaking they do and trying to flip that, replace it with something more positive. So coping statements, I've got resources around that, which I'll link you to. And any kind of mindful activity. Remember, we said that self-harm can be like a really dysfunctional form of mindfulness. Actually tapping into any mindful or flow-provoking activity that we can do. So we're fully in that, we're feeling that, we've got an escape, but it's not the harmful one, can be helpful in these crisis moments. So your quick win here, just a little food for thought here in terms of your young person who is self-harming, trying to break that cycle. That cycle is continuing because it's meeting a need. Your question here, what need is being met? And in terms of breaking that cycle, how else could this need be met? You might need to address one, two, or all of the different points in the cycle to help a young person. And some of these are bits about just managing for now, and some of them are bits about sort of resolving the larger underlying problem, but you'll probably find you'll need a 2 or 3-pronged attack on this. But yeah, what need is being met? How else could this need be met? And this takes us back to that. Got to understand the why before we can work out the what next. Otherwise, we're just trying to solve the wrong problem. Why we started with the why. Okay, and then just for the last few minutes, I leave it to the end, not because it's the least important, but actually because it's the most important. So I'm a psychologist and we learn about primacy and recency effect, which says that the things you'll remember the most are the things that you hear first and the things that you hear last. And what you heard first from me today was all about why. Why do young people self-harm? That feels to me more important than teaching you the very specific things we do in the moment, because if we can get to the why, we can help them to make their whole life, everything feel a bit different. And the self-harm, managing the, occasion to occasion becomes less of an issue because we're able to make things feel different. The self-harm doesn't need to happen in the long term. And the last thing you're hearing from me is about you and safeguarding your own well-being, because this really matters too. You cannot be the adult that your child that you're caring for, working with needs if you do not look after yourself first. And being an adult who role models positive self-care is a very important thing for a child who is currently self-harming to see. You're the opposite. When you self-care, when you show self-compassion, self-kindness, positive self-talk, all these things, this is something this child really needs to learn from. So 30 seconds just to have a think about this. How do you safeguard your well-being when you're supporting a child in crisis? It's hard. Okay, so in terms of safeguarding yourself, a few ideas to share with you here. So first of all, the idea of co-regulation. Co-regulation is the idea that the young person's struggling, they're emotionally dysregulated, and we take steps using our own emotional regulation to bring their bodies in line. So we're thinking about our breathing, our body language, how we're presenting right now. We want our calm to feel catching to them. We might do things like a breathing exercise together, taking a walk together, it might be, but something that helps to calm them will have the benefit of calming us also. So when we try to support this young person by regulating alongside them, actually it's regulatory for us too. So if you find these crisis moments really challenging, just remember, actually do what the young person needs to calm things down, fake it till you make it a little bit. This will also prove calming for yourself. Learning different strategies for calming as an adult, hugely helpful because we can use them to support the young person. Ultimately, they support us too. Collaborate. So we want to make sure we are not the only port of call for a young person who's self-harming. That is too heavy an emotional load to carry, and it's dangerous because what happens the day that we're not there? What happens if something happens to us? What happens if we're there in a professional capacity and we move on or they move on? Suddenly there's nobody. It also means we can make better safeguarding decisions when there's someone else involved too, because it's not just left to us. We can brainstorm it out with someone else and think about the what next and what needs to happen. So we can keep that young person safer by making sure there's another person involved, and it instantly lightens that emotional load for us because no longer are we in this alone. Find an outlet. It's very important that we have ways of working through our feelings here. In just the same way that our young people need to learn to express themselves in healthy ways, we need to be able to do the same. We need somewhere safe that we can offload. Perhaps you're in a situation where you're able to access supervision. Perhaps there is someone who you feel able to talk to in an appropriate way that respects that child's confidentiality, though, of course, your outlet might be the person with whom you're collaborating, in which case that's super helpful. Sometimes we don't want a person. We don't want to do talking. We might journal. We might talk to a dog or a plant. I find sometimes that when we just need to let go of things, just need to say them, just need to have shared them with the world, that sometimes saying them to a person can invite advice. And sometimes we don't want advice. We just want to get it out and let it go. I find a very good practice when working, particularly with lots of challenging things, is at the end of each day to have some sort of routine or ritual of letting go. So I will, in the summer, be watering my plants and just allowing all those worries to wash away, letting them go, practicing forgiveness where needed as well, and allowing any child or young person that I'm supporting or working with to have a fresh start the next morning. It's also crucial. Everybody deserves a fresh start tomorrow. But forgiving myself if I don't feel I've done the very best that I could or should have done that day. None of us do all the time. So having an outlet, and yeah, as I say, I find it a helpful practice to have at the end of each day. Then I can sleep well, and then tomorrow is a new day. And then finally, it's okay if you don't always feel able to be the adult that a child needs. If you're not able to do that for any reason, then your job becomes to work out who can hold that baton. Who can you pass it to? Who can you rely on? Who else would the child trust? Work with the child to identify potential adults, perhaps. And then your job might become not of supporting the child, but perhaps of supporting another supporting adult. Sometimes our load is too high. Sometimes this is just too personally triggering for us. It might echo a situation we've experienced, or maybe we're just too close to the child and it becomes incredibly challenging because it makes us very deeply distressed. Whatever the reason might be, it's okay as long as we communicate honestly with the child about it and we find another appropriate adult who can become the adult that the child needs. I've spoken in my time to many adults who've harbored deep regrets because they've essentially just walked away. And this is never the right answer. It leaves you with huge feelings of guilt and shame for many years, as it turns out sometimes, and it leaves the child unsupported and alone. So don't feel that because you can't do this, it makes you a bad person. It does not. But what will make you a good person is finding the person you can pass that baton on to. Okay, and your quick win here in terms of how we look after ourselves. Stand tall and take a deep breath. This lets your body and brain know that you're in control. So in moments of overwhelm, if you're feeling overwhelmed, perhaps it's a crisis moment, this all feels really difficult and you just don't know if you can do it anymore. Literally just steeling yourself, as you might if you're about to stand on stage and talk to 1,000 people. Imagine that feeling, channel it, where you'd make yourself feel big and strong and take a deep breath, and perhaps you'd say a few words to yourself saying, I've got this. In some situations, you just need to manage for the next few minutes, and then comes all the self-care, the self-kindness, the self-compassion, letting it go. But for a few moments, maybe we're just going to stand tall, take that deep breath, and put on the mask just temporarily and be the adult that that child needs, doing the self-care in a little while. Okay, and finally we end with the thoughts of another young person. I didn't need someone to fix it. I'll say that again because we have to hear this. I didn't need someone to fix it. We think it's our job to fix this. Often it's our job to be a support alongside a child as they work through this journey. I just needed someone to help me to find my way with it. And sure, there might be some fixing that happens along the way, but it isn't going to come before some really, really good listening, some really deep understanding, and enabling that child to feel truly seen and heard. Okay, I think that's everything that I have.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good break. I'm now very happy to introduce our next speaker. This is Lizzy Von Tromp from Aspens, and she's going to talk about neurodiversity and self-harm. Okay, Lizzy, up to you.
Hello, Alison. Hello, everybody. So I'm just going to try and share my screen. Let's hope the gods of technology are on my side.
They are. You are.
Bear with me. I'm just going to start a slideshow. Oops.
Great, that's great, Lizzie. I'll leave you to it.
Thank you. Okay, so hello everyone. Hopefully you can all hear me okay. So I'm here today on behalf of Aspen's, a specialist autism charity, and I'm going to be talking to you about how you can understand self-harm from the point of view of the neurodivergent individual. Just to briefly introduce myself, I'm a late diagnosed autistic female. So I was diagnosed when I was 42. I'm 49 now, and I'm currently awaiting assessment for ADHD. And I'm mum to 2 autistic boys. One is 9 and one is 13. I've worked in kind of training all of my adult life, but when I found out I was autistic, I decided to completely redirect my energies and actually start educating people about something I feel really passionately about, so that nobody else's journey to understanding themselves and to diagnosis, if that's what people want, I don't want them to struggle like my family did. I also have a lifelong experience of poor mental health, including self-harm, which is why I was really excited and happy to be offered the opportunity to talk to you today and leverage my own experience as a neurodivergent female. For those of you that don't know, Aspen's is a charity that provides integrated autism support, and we have services specific to children and young people, to adults and to families. The other thing that we do is we lead the South East hub for Autism Central. So Autism Central is an NHS England funded peer education programme. It was put in place to enable parents and carers and empower them to really understand and be able to advocate for their autistic family members. So Aspen's leads that project for the South East. A little bit about me and my background of self-harm. So obviously I grew up as an undiagnosed autistic female, and my life was categorized by frequent sensory and emotional, periods of overwhelm and meltdown and loss of control. I grew up constantly hearing that I was too sensitive, too emotional, that I was controlling, that I was too angry, that I was weird. And of course, that doesn't do very good for your self-esteem. What I understand now is that I was self-harming to express the emotional, or rather suppress the emotional distress that was in my head. So being autistic and being someone that has these huge tidal waves of emotion that assault me before I can make any sort of cognitive decision about what to do to save myself in that situation, I would literally feel like my head was going to explode, that the stuff that was happening to me and the things that I was hearing about me and feeling so misunderstood, I realized that physical pain had played a really good role in cancelling out that mental pain and the mental distress. To challenge one of the myths that we hear about self-harm, this wasn't attention-seeking behaviour. It was something that I did very privately, usually in my bedroom at home. But what started during my adolescence and during puberty actually continued right up until my early 30s, when I started to get professional support for my mental health challenges, and when I started having children, which motivated me to really try and tackle and understand what on earth was going on in my head. And another thing that people believe or frequently assume is that self-harm is cutting. I'm terrified of any bladed objects and still am now. I didn't even realise that what I was doing was self-harm. I would beat my head against the wall as hard as I possibly can. I would punch myself in the face until my vision blurred and I would just collapse on the floor. And it made me feel really ashamed, and it reinforced the label that I always heard about myself, that I was mad. So no, I didn't tell anyone. On the rare occasions when it did feel so big inside that I would do it in front of other people because I couldn't control it, the judgment and the, people assuming that I was just some complete psychotic woman meant that I was never able to ask for help. So let's look at neurodiversity and the relationship with self-harm and why it is a different experience for neurodivergent people. Now, as I'm sure you all know, there are lots of different types of neurodivergent conditions, from autism and ADHD to dyspraxia, dyscalculia, dyslexia, Tourette's, so, you know, so many different conditions that have quite distinct definitions in terms of diagnostic criteria. And yet we all experience increased vulnerability to poor mental health and self-harm. And we all have some quite common differences in the way that we experience the world, and, you know, things that we share and that therefore point to why self-harm is more prevalent in our community. So we all experience differences in the way we communicate and the way we receive communication. We all experience sensory processing differences. We all have struggles with emotional regulation and the way that we express and interpret emotions of ourselves and others. And we all have executive function difficulties. So in your front of your brain, in your frontal lobes, it's a good set of cognitive skills that enable us to adult effectively. And it ranges from everything to good time management, to planning and organising, to multitasking, to your working memory and your emotional regulation. Now, most human beings develop these skills instinctively as they go through life and work their way up through adolescence to adulthood. But in neurodivergent people, these skills don't occur instinctively. That doesn't mean we can't learn them. This isn't you know, a cross that we have to bear and we're never going to get better. But these skills are not instinctive. They have to be learned, and they're never going to feel natural. There was a study in King's College London in 2022 that showed that compared to a neurotypical pupil, so a pupil with the type of brain that we see in most other human beings, autistic pupils were 3 times higher at risk of self-harm. In ADHD pupils, that was even higher. It was 4 times the risk. And what we do understand now is that actually autism and ADHD frequently coexist. The British Library for Medicine reckons that at least 50% and as much as 80% of autistic people are also ADHD. So that's huge. If you're imagining that individually with some of these different ways of thinking, differently wired brains, differently wired nervous systems, are already at a high risk of self-harm, but then put those 2 cognitive differences together, and it's really, really tricky to manage the impulses and the causes that lead us to self-harm. The other thing that can significantly make people more at risk is when you're struggling with school attendance. So anybody with less than 80% school attendance is 3 times higher the risk of self-harming. Now, interestingly, this is really critical. Another study in 2022 saw that 92% of those with school attendance difficulties were neurodivergent themselves, of which over 83% were autistic. So you've got all of these different factors coming together that means that the neurodivergent individual is really at risk, more so than our typical peers. So why are we vulnerable? I'm going to dig a little bit deeper into the cognitive differences that I mentioned. So first of all, we communicate differently and we interact, we manage relationships differently. What that means is that it can be really hard for us to ask for help. It can be tricky for us to engage in talking therapies. And that is even harder if somebody is either non-speaking or situationally mute, which is an anxiety-driven condition that, okay, you might be able to speak, but can you speak in front of particular individuals in particular situations? No, you can't. And in that instance, alternative ways of communication must be explored if we're going to overcome that barrier and reduce the risk of somebody self-harming. Then we look at sensory processing. And whether you have sensory aversions, you know, stuff that really makes you cringe or shudder, makes you feel stress, makes you feel pain, or whether you have sensory cravings and you get that hunger in your belly that you need to move, or you need to hear loud sound, or you need to taste something really strong, really spicy to be able to regulate and focus, you can't, you know, relax. You can't engage, you can't learn if your sensory processing differences aren't attended to. Then we have emotional regulation. Now, when I'm explaining this to children and my own children who are autistic, I get them to think about Iron Man. You know, he has that dial in his chest to stop the particles of shrapnel, I think, going into his heart. But I always say, imagine you've got a dial in your chest that manages your emotions, and it goes from 0 to 10. And most typical people are pretty good at managing that dial and how much emotion they're feeling and they're showing. And most human beings are pretty good at keeping it around a 5. And that enables them to show engagement and for people to know that they care, that they have empathy. But it doesn't show those big emotions when you're ridiculously giddy with excitement or when you're absolutely furious, because we know that other people find that unpalatable. People get scared off when somebody's emotions are really big. But when you're neurodivergent, you're autistic like me, those emotions seesaw, and it's like fizzing up a bottle of Coke and saying to me, Lizzie, I've just done something that's made you feel I've been very unjust and unfair, and I'm going to shake up this bottle of Coke and I'm going to take the lid off, but don't you dare let it spurt everywhere. Do not show those emotions because it's not appropriate right now. Well, I'm sorry, but that's physically impossible. Emotions will explode out of me. And even if I'm somebody that doesn't express externally, internally, I'm exploding like a volcano, and it's very, very bad for my stress and my emotions. The other thing under emotions is that actually between 50 and 85% of autistic people experience alexithymia. That's a Greek word that means no word for emotions. Basically means that we find it really difficult to track into, tune in and understand and interpret what we're feeling. We might be able to identify the extremes of like hot anger or pure joy, but everything else is shades of grey. And that gets even harder if it impacts how you see emotions in other people and whether you can accurately interpret what their emotions are showing you. Now, that prevalence between 50 and 85% of autistic people experience alexithymia at a point in time versus only 10% of the general population, again, makes you start to understand why neurodivergent people are more at risk of self-harm, because our emotions are unpredictable. And in that heat of the moment, when the tidal wave comes over you, you do stuff and you take risks that you wouldn't ordinarily do, but you can't control it. It genuinely is a loss of control. The executive function I've touched on in terms of what those skills are, but think about it. If other people's expectations are that you can look after yourself, you can manage your self-care, you can get to places on time, you can react calmly in event of a problem, you can, if you've got multiple responsibilities, you can jiggle them and make sure everything gets done somehow. But if you can't do that, whether that's at work or at home or at school, people judge you. And you get called things like, oh, they're lazy, they don't care, they're not present. You get autistic young people in particular, and ADHD young people going through secondary school are often called immature, and that they're not developing on track with their peers in terms of they're irresponsible. But that's because we aren't developing those skills. We need your help to do that. In my opinion, this should be top of the agenda and on the I can't remember what the word is, but for people learning at school, this should be part of their curriculum. Then meltdowns. When somebody who's neurodivergent has a meltdown and, their body has that fight or flight reflex and they literally feel completely overwhelmed, they lose behavioural control. That's not just me saying it. The science, the chemical reaction that we've tracked in people's bodies, they lose control. And that control does lead to self-harming, but in a much more dramatic and dangerous way to the way they might normally engage with it. Our restrictive and repetitive behaviour. In the history of neurodivergency, those type of behaviours that we, those patterns, those rituals, people have kind of tried to chase them out of us and said they're not necessary, they don't serve a purpose, why are you stimming? That looks silly. But actually, our patterns, our routines, our structure, our need for control of doing things a particular way mitigate our anxiety. And actually, it's been proven that they kind of trigger the reward section of our brain, because the world is very ambiguous, it's ever changing, and we need to have some control. But what if self-harming is the thing that you're trying to control? What if self-harming becomes that habit, that repetitive ritual? Then it's increasingly difficult to stop it, especially if the ritual becomes a compulsion. And then we have interoception. So interoception is one of our senses. I'm sure many of you will know this, but it's the internal messages and signals that our body sends us. So Lizzie, you're tired. Lizzie, you need to go to the loo. Lizzie, you should eat something. Lizzie, you're thirsty, you need to drink. Or Lizzie, you don't feel well. And what interoception also does is it sends emotions flooding through us. So Lizzie, you're feeling nervous right now. Lizzie, you're excited. Lizzie, why are you anxious? Why are you scared? What's going on? Now, just like all of our other senses, when we're neurodivergent, we can have an under response to this or an over response. And when you're feeling like that, let's say that your body signals are coming through, but you're undersensitive. You're not reading those signals accurately. You get a funny feeling in your tummy like something's going on, but you can't really tell what your body needs. And that's confusing and it's stressful and it creates a numbness. So sometimes self-harm is that thing that breaks through that numbness and confusion. On the flip side, if you're oversensitive to those messages, if your body's saying, Lizzie, you need a drink and you need it now, then bam, it's like a high-speed train. It's not like a carrier pigeon flying through with a letter or an email going into your inbox. That message is like now. And that intensity is so strong and creates such an overwhelming sensation that, again, we find ourselves in a situation where self-harm can kind of distract from some of that stress that we're feeling. Monotropic thinking is another area that makes us more vulnerable. So you've definitely, I'm sure, heard of autistic hyperfocus, our ability to just get in the zone, that tunnel vision. When we're interested in something, when we're passionate about something, literally like we hone in. And it's one of the things that I think is my favorite thing about my autism, the thing that makes me most effective in the job that I do, because I can just focus on something and like a sponge suck up information and assimilate it and able to do something with it really, really easily. And it's widely recognized as a strength. But actually, in regards to self-harm, if self-harm becomes a hyperfocus, if self-harm is that thing you're tunnel visioning on and everything else is shut out, well, it's dangerous, frankly dangerous. And then the final thing in terms of cognitive differences that makes us more vulnerable to self-harm is that whole double empathy problem. So autistic people have long been thought and labelled as not experiencing empathy, not showing empathy. And thankfully, in recent years, there's been a much wider recognition that we're very caring, feeling, present, engaged people. But what we can find more difficult is that cognitive empathy, being able to anticipate what someone wants from us, being able to walk in someone else's shoes. And if we're struggling with that, we're normally deemed a deficit because we don't meet other people's expectations. But the double empathy problem says, well, if you put two individuals together who empathise in the same way, so you put two neurodivergent people in a room, they feel really good about the empathy that they're showing each other. But if you put a neurotypical person and a neurodivergent person, and we don't meet the neurotypical people's expectations, we're deemed to be at fault. We're the deficit, we're the problem, and they don't understand that we're just experiencing and delivering empathy completely differently. So how do all of those cognitive traits combine in a neurodivergent person's day-to-day? So I appreciate this slide is very detailed. I'm just going to briefly introduce it. So at Aston's, we have a specialist behaviour team. They're all positive behaviour support experts. They work directly with families in crisis. And my colleague in specialist put together this chart to show what is it like being a neurodivergent person living in a neurotypical world? Because at the end of the day, we're definitely the minority. And everything around us, the world of school and education, the world of work, families, it's all set up to meet the needs of neurotypical people. Now, what you'll see in the top set of that slide, all the stuff in that kind of strange greeny gold colour, is different factors that impact our mental health and well-being. And it starts with the typical stuff that is part of day-to-day life when you're neurodivergent: anxiety, emotional regulation, sensory differences, monotropism. Then what happens is we get to that point where it's all just a bit too much and we feel really overloaded or completely wiped out and like we're just going to, collapse and shut down. And then what can happen is the masking kicks in. So that camouflaging, either because we don't want people to see our vulnerabilities, we want to fit in, we want people to think that we're, like them, or we're masking because we want to make ourselves invisible. So I'm going to mask, I'm going to sit on everything, I'm going to hide myself, and no one will know what's going on. Now, this is the gold greeny stuff is a typical day in the life of an autistic or ADHD or neurodivergent person. And depending on the individual, you'll have your own kind of strategies for overcoming some of these challenges, and you'll have your own support networks, friends, family, and depending on what that looks like, as you go through the lumps and bumps of a typical day, you might be able to get yourself back to the start and actually feeling pretty good at bedtime or when you wake up in the morning. But what frequently happens is you get to the pink section in the middle, and this is what we call social burnout. It's when the expectations of others, the masking, the trying to deliver all that executive function stuff, the sensory overwhelm, it just gets too much. And as a result, we kind of start to close in on ourselves. Think like tortoise going into its shell, or phone, and you see the batteries in the red, and you know it's going to switch off any moment now. They start to feel like, neglect themselves, neglect their self-care. They stay up all night engaging in their special interests and not getting enough sleep, or they either not eating proper meals or they're binge eating to make themselves feel better. Now, again, if they have the relevant support network, or if they have the relevant self-awareness and self-advocacy skills, they can claw their way back up. But if they don't, this is where the neurodivergent end up in extreme burnout. And this is a really dangerous, tricky place to be. This is where you have emotional dysregulation. Your emotions become completely unreliable and out of your control. This is where you can become completely withdrawn and isolated, and even your friends or close family members can't get through. This is where you neglect your self-care to the point where it can be really hard to do simple things like have a shower or brush your teeth, because from a sensory perspective, you might as well be scraping like a stone or piece of glass against your teeth. And your executive function, well, that all goes out the window. I know when I'm in burnout, because I look at all the stuff I'm trying to juggle as a mum and an employee and an individual, and I just do none of it. That is literally what happens, is I procrastinate and none of it gets done because I can't physically, I don't know where to begin. When that is happening, you see at the very bottom of the chart in the blue, this is where people engage in self-harm, where they experience suicidal ideation, and where we start to see disordered eating. And this is the reason I wanted to share this with you, is to help you understand that when an individual, and particularly a neurodivergent individual, is self-harming, this is like rock bottom. Things are really bad. Look at all of the other stuff that they're juggling and coping with and trying to, pull themselves through the treacle that is each day. And if they're engaging in self-harm, that's a clear message that lots of stuff is really blimmin' tough at the moment. So I've just broken the chart down over the next few slides, just so you can have a closer look at the detail. You'll get a copy of the slides. So just so you can understand what the contributing factors are in the day-to-day. And then in the day-to-day situation, well, I talked about coping strategies, didn't I? And what can you do to claw your way back round? So calm alone time, really important. Brain breaks, particularly if somebody is in school, or people at school, breaks to move, but also breaks to be solitary, breaks to be quiet, breaks to just sit and knead dough or listen to music on your headphones, or breaks to just lay back and close your eyes and do nothing. Very, very healing. Breathing exercises are really helpful. Asking for help, telling someone, oh, I'm feeling really overloaded at the moment, it's making me feel really tired, I can't focus, can someone help me please? Engaging in your special interest. So that thing that you love, that passion, your hyper-focus, the thing that makes your heart beat faster and makes you want to get out of bed in the morning, that is really, really critical to your mental health and well-being. And then we have meeting your sensory cravings. So if your body's telling you you need to be submerged in water, or that you need to taste something sweet, or that you need to go and do some really intense sweaty exercise, you need to listen to those sensory cravings. Distraction doesn't help. If you don't meet the craving, it stays there, gnawing away inside of you. Make a to-do list. When it feels like you're completely overwhelmed, being able to sit and just go, okay, what is all the stuff? I've got in my phone, I've got something like 3,000 notes in my iPhone, because I'm constantly like, whether it's snippets of conversations or stuff I need to buy from the shop or plans I'm making for the weekend or a holiday or whatever, everything goes in there, so it can't be lost. Self-advocacy is critical. Often, sadly, in neurodivergent people, that can feel like a bit of a luxury because nobody helps us learn how to do it. But if you have self-advocacy and you have self-understanding, then you're much, much better at managing with these differences. And having a healthy hyperfocus, something that you're, a current project, something you're really, really interested in and engaged in, and having trusted people. It might be a teacher at school, it could be your auntie or your mum, a particular friend, a sibling, but just having someone that you can say, this is what's really going on in my day, and this is how I'm really feeling about stuff. If we look then as they move into social burnout, you'll see different signs. So somebody might become really quiet and closed off. You might think they're disengaged, that they're not trying, they're not paying attention, but that's not the truth. Because internally, it's chaos. It's racing heart, it's sweaty palms, it's that empty, fluttery feeling in your tummy. It's, rising panic that you can't cope with everything. They will feel very overwhelmed, exhausted, that's shut down, and confused, like, what the hell do I do about this? Of course, that makes you feel really frustrated. Now, the things that can help here are exactly the things that helped in the greeny gold zone, having that calm alone time, self-advocating, engaging in your special interests, reducing demands upon yourself, saying no to people, saying, actually, no, I'm really sorry. I know you really wanted me to be at this, birthday meal, but I need a bit of alone time to myself. I need a bit of quiet time, or I just need to tackle my bedroom at home because it's a complete pigsty, and that will make me feel better, whatever it is. And again, meeting the sensory cravings. When you get to burnout, though, there aren't any self-help strategies. It's very hard to pull yourself out of this. You feel hopelessness and despair, and that's where the suicidal ideation and the self-harm come in. You feel judged and misunderstood because you'll hear a lot of the stuff that I heard growing up, that you're a nuisance, you're a troublemaker, you're weird, you're bad, you're a drama queen, and you crave to be rescued. I remember ringing a mental health line once, and I literally just imagined I wanted them to come to my house as an adult, and this is when I had children. I still have children, but I did have children then. And I remember thinking, I just want them to take me away. I can't leave because I'm very responsible, but I just want them to take me away. And this is where psychoeducation and lifestyle adjustments come in. Now, I could give you a million different solutions to the things I've discussed. And at Aspens, we run a brilliant 2-hour training session on self-harm for parent carers and for professionals, if you're interested, and it's free. It's free to parent carers. But the psychoeducation is that one thing as parents and professionals that you can do to help individuals avoid this, predisposition towards self-harm. Imagine if someone said to you, Lizzy, I'm going to give you the rule book to your brain. I'm going to give you your instruction manual, because that is literally what it felt like to me when I found out I was autistic. It was like the most empowering moment ever. Imagine being able to understand your differences and actually to go, do you know what? I'm not mad or bad or weird or angry all the time. And you accept yourself and you start to learn to self-advocate and say, actually, when I get too hot, it makes it get really overwhelmed. So if I'm going to be in a particular room, can I have a window open or can I have a fan? Simple little things like that can make the world of difference to your coping. Having that rule book, it gives you better self-esteem, and it means that you can make lifestyle adjustments that support your well-being. And those lifestyle adjustments are, the last 4 years for me have been a practice in changing my life for the better, looking at all the basic care stuff, like, do I get enough sleep? Do I eat healthily? Am I moving my body enough? Do I get fresh air? Looking at things like drugs and alcohol, and actually, is that wise in a neurodivergent person who struggles with mental health? And is there a pattern between when I'm coping less and when I'm coping more? And that pattern is when I'm not engaging in those things. It involves looking at the people around you and saying, are all the people in my life good for me? Are they helpful? Do they understand me? Are they potentially toxic? And it involves engaging in the stuff you love. Do more of the stuff you love. If that's, you know, for me, it's like I love photography and I love nature walks. I love rock pooling. I love net fishing and like finding little newts and little ugly fish to like be fascinated over. Like, I don't like going to pubs and bars and restaurants. I don't like really loud, shouty theatre. I don't like being around lots of people. I'm actually quite a solitary person. And then just coming towards the end, be aware that as you're helping someone with their psychoeducation, that understanding of their rulebook, how their brain works, what their diagnosis is, what their mental health is doing, and how they can look after it. Remember that the younger the person is, the easier it is them to accept and adapt. My children got diagnosed at 6 and 7. Now at 9 and 13, they fully embrace their identity. They talk openly about it. They advocate for themselves at school. And I mean, it's everything I could have ever wished for them and that I wish I'd had for myself. I'm really proud of them. But once you get to teens and young adults, it can be really hard to accept that you're different, especially when, you know, from a medical model perspective, we're talking about disorder, disability. It doesn't feel nice. They feel embarrassed, ashamed, start to really hate themselves and reject that attempt to educate them. But trust me, this isn't an overnight thing. If you do that gentle drip feed of information in a format and at a pace that suits the individual, and you be a guide and a partner, you don't try and take control, you put them in control, then this single thing around self-understanding and being able to make lifestyle adjustments to look after yourself better can completely give that neurodivergent person living in a neurotypical world a very different day-to-day life experience. When you get the slide, you'll see there is a bit of information about the next self-harm course we're running on the 27th of November with a booking link, all free. And then I'm going to ask if you've got any questions.
Unfortunately, Lizzie, we have run out of time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I understand. There's a lot to go through, but people can put some questions in and I can forward them to you.
Of course, yeah.
We'll be forwarding everyone's the slides and everything. Thank you so much, Lizzie. That was brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
Now I'm going to introduce to you Agnes Munday from she is from Grassroots Suicide Prevention, and she's going to be talking about substance misuse and self-harm intersect. Thank you so much, Agnes.
Okay, can you all hear me and see the slides?
Yeah.
Great. I'm not running this session alone. I've got my wonderful colleague Dave as well, McNamara, who hopefully is as well joining us here. Can you see him?
He's not on yet, I don't think, Agnes.
Okay, I will give you his, I think you have his email address, haven't you?
Yeah.
Great. So hopefully that can happen. So basically, what is this session about? Well, when self-harm and substance use intersect, individuals might find themselves trapped in a painful cycle of numbing, escape, and self-punishment that temporarily relieve emotional distress, but might depend long-term suffering. So this session is going to explore the link between self-harm and substance use, the needs being met by those behaviors, but also equipped you to provide compassionate, trauma-informed support to those struggling at this intersection. So I'm the head of training at Grassroots Suicide Prevention, and I worked for many years in drug and alcohol services as health promotion and training lead. For those of you who do not know about Grassroots, and while you're doing that, I'd like to say that this session is going to be requesting your participation. So in the chat, at the moment, I can only see the chat for panelists, but maybe everyone. Here it is. I'm going to give you the links, and you can see as well the link to the Menti Valley on the screen at the moment. I'm giving you the QR code so that you can put the QR code your phone, and you'll get straight to the presentation, which means you have it on your phone as well. So at Grassroots, what we are trying to do is achieve a future where more lives are safe from suicide. This is what we've been doing for 20 years. And how we do that is by connecting, educating, and campaigning. We have an app, Live, that has been downloaded 855,000 times, where people can find loads of tools, including safety plans. That's going to be very useful for what we're talking about today. In terms of Dave, I was hoping that he must have an issue accessing the session at the moment. So hopefully, Alison, you can sort that out. But this was Dave introducing CGL and their values and mission to help people change directions of their life. This is a service that often helps people struggling with problematic substance use. So what we're going to cover in this short 45-minute session that will be very interactive is, by the end of it, you'll understand the relationship between drug and alcohol and self-harm, hopefully a lot better than you did when you came in. And you'll see how alcohol and drug use contribute to or mask self-harming behaviors. We're going to look at how it translates often and give you some strategies to add to yours to identify, support, and have meaningful conversations with people at the intersection of those issues. So if we start with trying to look at the links between drug and alcohol use and self-harm, this is your first opportunity to use Menti, so I'm going to ask you to do that. It's completely confidential. So what links do you see between drug and alcohol use and self-harm? I'm just going to give you a couple of minutes here. What are the links between those two things?
Just to say, I've put that in the chat, and we're trying to get Dave on as we speak. But I've put Menti in the chat to everyone, so you can just click there if you can't use QR codes.
Right. So we start to see, this is the beauty of Menti, it's on real time, it means everyone can participate. And we can see what comes up more often will come up as a bigger font. So at the moment, what people have stressed the most is escape. And the fact that substances like self-harm can help people get a sense of control, help them cope. It can be a distraction as well. We see coping and coping strategies coming a lot. Yeah, makes you feel better. So lots of really great things being shared here. And it's really important, because when we're going to try to address, when things become problematic, we really need to understand what are the needs being met by the self-harm. And we can see plenty of those things here being shared. Someone is saying to maximize the screen share. Is this it? So I can try to do that. Does that help if I do this? Is this better? Okay. So a range of needs there, a range of links between self-harm and substance use that we'll need to carry on bearing in mind throughout the presentation. So in terms of a link, what you have mentioned here, what you've just done, this is borne out by research. Research seems to see that there is not just an association between substance use and self-harm, but actually, whether we're talking about adolescents, young adults, and adults, there seems to be a causal relation, but seems to be dose dependent. Oh, it's a relief to see Dave arriving. Hello, Dave. I was starting to panic.
Don't breathe.
So we see that causal relation, but why is that? Well, some research is exploring that. Some research on this, I was really surprised. And talks that it could be because that it reduces the pain of self-harm. Also the links between some of the drivers that can be very common. But the research says is quite clearly, it's intoxication is neither necessary nor sufficient. And this is what we're going to explore next.
Thank you, Agnes. I hope everyone can hear me. Thanks for sorting that out, Alison. Much appreciated. So the quote on the screen in front of you might seem counterintuitive, because, of course, we need to recognise that there are many widely held common sense assumptions about drug use that are often inherently negative, supposing the vast majority of drug users to be deviant, psychologically fragile, vulnerable, oversensitive, unhappy, weak, self-destructive, disadvantaged, and/or misinformed individuals, victims of an unscrupulous dealer, an illness, or a particular personality type. But of course, the reality is far more complex and nuanced. And the 2023 United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime World Drugs Report identified, in fact, that 90% of drug use fitted a description of being recreational, controlled, and/or managed, with 10% being problematic. Have the next slide, Agnes. As Dr. Vincent Folletti, the ACE study lead researcher, states, addiction has very little to do with the supposed addictive qualities of certain substances, and the presence of a range of adverse childhood experiences, along with economic and social marginalization, are increasingly understood as the effective factors which can make a difference between a managed relationship with drug use and a more problematic, harmful, and potentially damaging one.
So this is where we talk about trauma, isn't it, Dave? The link between, trauma as a sort of intersecting Venn diagrams between self-harm and substance use. And, we see plenty more Venn diagrams here. But we definitely see a huge association and causal relation between what we call ACEs, the adverse childhood experiences. I think most of us in this learning room, are having some understanding of the huge impact that children being exposed to things like domestic abuse, to caregiver mental illness or substance use, to physical neglect, to abuse, that will definitely contribute big time, both to their vulnerability to self-harm, and also because to substance misuse. And we see that maybe because we're starting to see the impact of trauma on the brain and how it might affect some essential parts of the brain architecture that might make people more likely to seek substances. And we see that as well with complex trauma and single incident trauma. Do you want to say a little bit more about that, Dave? Or
well, there's a quote that I would like to kind of share from Gabor Mate's book, The Myth of Normal, in which he says, why would the self need to be escaped? We long for escape when we are imprisoned, when we are suffering. Addiction calls to us when waking life amounts to being trapped in inner turmoil, doubt, loss of meaning, isolation, unworthiness, feeling cold in our belly, devoid of hope, lacking faith in the possibility of liberation, missing succor, unable to endure external challenges or the inner chaos or emptiness, incapable of regulating our distressing mind conditions, finding our emotions unendurable, and most of all, desperate to soothe the pain all these states represent. Pain, then, is the central theme. No wonder people so often speak about the benign, numbing effect of their addictions. Only a person in pain craves anesthesia.
So we really need to remember that, you know. Pooky said in her amazing presentation, you can't just say to someone, just stop it, stop doing it. We need to address those underlying factors that Gabor Maté so eloquently sort of explored there in his work. So there are those shared drivers, aren't they, to problematic and dependent drug use and self-harm.
Yeah.
And they can all exacerbate one another. So we're going to explore that. Now, in terms of the needs being met, you know, we started to talk about some of those needs, the needs to escape, the needs to anesthetize from pain. There are other things there that may or may not be relevant in each case. But I think for us to really try to explore, you know, Pooky talked about the importance of being curious about the why, and to help people be curious about what might be driving their use of substances as well as their self-harm is going to be really useful, because when we are a little bit clearer about the why, away from the layers of shame and guilt, then, you know, what next, as Pooky said, is something that we're going to be able to explore. So we'll come back to that more. So in terms of you getting, we're going to get deeper as that in terms of, you know, the mediation of substances in self-harm. Dave, do you want to tell us about this?
So one of the considerations, particularly for people who use alcohol and the depressant action of the drug, particularly on the prefrontal cortex, and its wiping effectively of any recent learning. Neuroscience postulates that it takes kind of 3 months minimum for new learning to be embedded deeply enough in our thinking for it to be accessible when we're stressed or highly aroused. And some people have a relationship with alcohol where it is the effective permission giver. And that may be for a forbidden feeling, because growing up in a family of origin, the message was that being angry was unacceptable because it was aggressive or it was violent, or being sad was unacceptable because boys don't cry, because pull yourself together, because life is tough. Or maybe even the message was that being happy wasn't okay, because wipe that smile off your face, what you're laughing at. Life is hard, life is tough. So one of the basic human emotions the person doesn't feel able to express or connect or engage with until they have a drink or three. And then that emotion that is generally suppressed can come pouring out, and you yourself may have sat with the angry drunk or the sad drunk or the happy drunk or the scared drunk. For other people, it isn't an emotion that's the issue, it's various behaviors that emerge when someone is intoxicated as a result of their alcohol use. And that behavior may be the use of other drugs, a drug like cocaine, that the person wouldn't consider using when they were sober. It may be other forms of risk-taking. The person who suffers terrible vertigo, but after 3 bottles of spirits will climb an 80-foot crane. Or it may be self-harming behaviors, or even suicide, or other parts of the self that the person keeps concealed and hidden. And people who engage in a binge drinking pattern of use will often express a confusion about what's going on, because they can go for extended periods of time of either being alcohol free or using in a controlled and managed way. And then periodically there are episodes of binge drinking that are extended across a period of time in which various consequences arise from that behavior. And some of those consequences are some of the things that I've just touched on. So the invitation, if you're supporting people who are using alcohol, who maybe are presenting with a binge drinking pattern of use, is to always be interested in what what emerges during those episodes, what behaviors, what emotions, what happens, how is the person during those periods different from the person that's engaging with you in their current presenting state. Because what will emerge from that exploration are potentially clues as to what might be unconsciously driving aspects of the alcohol using behavior, and finding a safe space to explore that outside of the binge drinking episode allows sufficient relief of the build-up of tensions for the likelihood of a binge drinking episode becoming less necessary, because the person is exploring and articulating the areas of themselves that they feel forbidden, that are forbidden or not allowed or are inappropriate.
Thank you. So we've already, talked about, and you mentioned that a lot during the mentee interaction, the alcohol and drug use as a coping mechanism, as well as a trigger. And here are some of the links. We see that. So we just talked about the permission giver, the fact that people might be more likely to engage in impulsive or self-destructing behaviors. And the fact that I think the difficulty sometimes for us as professionals and for the people themselves is sometimes the substances can obscure the awareness of trigger or underlying causes. And often there's a lack of reporting, there's a lack of timely intervention and support because we just label that person as an addict, for example. So what do you see? Again, your opportunity with mentee. So I'm going to give you the code again. What specific self-harming behaviors do you see or do you think can arise from a problematic use of drug or alcohol? What do you see? And you've got, I think, about 25 or 30 characters, I think maybe 25 characters you can use. You can submit many answers because there's quite a range of behaviors that we see linked to drug and alcohol. And Dave, feel free to pick on any of those. Dave could not introduce himself earlier on. Dave, do you want to say a little bit about where you work and your role?
Okay, while you're usefully filling in this, so I'm Dave McNamara and I'm part of the Brighton and Hove Change, Grow, Live recovery service. I work in the health promotion team, and our role in the city is to deliver trainings to professionals working with people who are using substances, wherever they may be meeting those people. We deliver online trainings that can be accessed by anyone who works in Brighton and Hove for free on the Brighton and Hove Learning Zone. And we also deliver face-to-face trainings as requested by services as and when the need arises.
Thank you. There's someone who also submitted an answer in the chat, lack of self-care and costs. Thank you for that. And accumulating debts can be a form of self-harm for some people, or way of punishing themselves. So thank you for the 44 of you who have contributed so far to this activity in terms of the specifics. There's a wide range of behaviors there. Unless, Dave, you want to pick on a couple of those, I think we're going to move on to the next slides that look at the lack of self-esteem and self-respect, Gail said as well.
And of course, that can be compounded by the framing, the common sense framing that I outlined earlier of drug use as a behavior that's an indication that someone is mad, bad, sad, or dangerous to know, which then in turn, of course, exacerbates that individual's relationship to themselves, their needs, and how they're meeting those needs at that point in their lives.
Thank you. So we're going to zero in on some very specific patterns, aren't we?
Yes. So I just wanted to highlight some key areas that, in my experience of the work over 25 years, is particularly important. So dependent or binge patterns of alcohol use and the harms arising from both patterns are obviously very much need to be considered. The binge drinking patterns and the behaviors arising during those episodes, as I said earlier, is an opportunity to find out what those are, what aspect of the person emerges, how is that different from how they usually are, how can aspects of those presenting behaviors that arise during those episodes be incorporated or engaged with outside of the use of a substance. Dependent patterns of use, and of course alcohol withdrawal as being the most, and withdrawal from any depressant drug being the most potentially harmful of any drug withdrawal, despite alcohol status as the legal drug of choice. So drinking dependently and then suddenly stopping, and then the experience of the acute and potentially life-threatening withdrawal symptoms can be a reflection of a kind of self-harming behavior. People who are using intravenously and as a result of that intravenous use have all kinds of needle stick injuries and ulcers and abscesses and other arising issues from their injecting technique. And again, what's clear from a range of evidence is that although injecting drugs is the most harmful way of delivering a drug into the system, people can and do demonstrate a pattern of IV drug use in which the risks arising from the behavior are mitigated and reduced because they always use new injecting equipment, they are not sharing, they rotate their sites, they are paying attention to their managing their health. So again, the use of an intravenous drug in and of itself may not necessarily be a self-harming behavior. It's about the particular pattern of use and the techniques that are being used. Poly-using patterns of use can obviously increase hugely risks arising, particularly the combined use of depressant drugs. So any use of alcohol along with benzodiazepines massively accentuates the depressant effects of the respective drugs being used. Young people in particular at the moment, and the use of ketamine amongst increasing numbers of all people across all demographics, but particularly young people, and sustained and heavy patterns of ketamine use over an extended period of time. And that extended period of time is an important consideration can lead to a range of physical health issues that are potentially catastrophic, including ketamine bladder syndrome and kidney problems. So raising awareness of the risks arising, the physical risks arising from heavy sustained patterns of ketamine use with people who are engaging in that use, and how they might protect themselves from some of the risks associated with the drug are going to be very important. Drug use in certain situations or environments, the setting in which drug use occurs can be a hugely influential factor on the likelihood of harms arising. For example, if someone uses drugs in a different environment and with different people, the risk of overdose can be massively increased. And an appreciation of the effective factors around the setting of drug use are generally underappreciated by users themselves as much as by professionals. Abstinence can also create an increased risk, particularly if someone has stopped using a substance without an appropriate alternative coping strategy or coping strategies having been put in place. For some people, their relationship to a substance is the very thing that enables them to navigate and manage their lives, that reduces the risk of self-harm, because the relationship to that substance, whether that substance is cannabis, for example, or another substance, can be an effective way of regulating themselves. And if under pressure from family or friends or professionals to become drug-free, then that choice can, of course, create increased risk. Lapse or relapse, I will look at shortly because we need to move on. Agnes.
Great, thank you. So in terms of strategies, we'll start with you. What's ways of working with people who, where you see this intersection between self-harm and drug and alcohol, have been the most helpful so far? And I will give you again the QR code. So we're going to move quite quickly on that, just a few seconds for you to put a few ideas. Or maybe you're not quite sure of how to deal with this. Good listening skills, you can't go wrong with that. We talked about that with, in Pooky's session, really important. Open conversations, helpline, talking centers, long-term support, consistency, empathy, compassion. This is so important, isn't it? In solutions, focus, the idea of a cycle of change, acceptance, validation. So starting where people are, that's really important. Excellent.
I would like to emphasize, while for some people becoming drug-free at the point in which you're supporting them and working with them may be the necessary goal for that person, it's also really important to remember that not everyone's goal is necessarily going to be to become drug-free at the point at which you're engaging with them.
Yeah.
Exploring what the goal is, because sometimes the options presented are done in a very binary way. You're either bang at it, or you're abstinent, or you're drug-free, and that all or nothing misses the very important something in the middle.
Absolutely. So we're going to go through quite quickly because of a very short amount of time we have. It's such an important topic. So it's trying to identify people in a normalizing way. Some people use alcohol or the drug when they feel stressed or overwhelmed or distressed. How do you cope? Yeah. And making sure our assessments try to really and get a really holistic understanding of people's coping mechanism in a way which is non-judgmental and trauma-informed, but also looking for emotion-driven usage patterns, sudden increase in the frequency and so on. Pooky talked about when as well you've got shame and negative self-perception, self-talk, and that needs to be looked at. So I'm going to move quickly, but you'll get our slides. So a few words on this.
Okay, so again, this may be familiar to you, but just a brief summary, the idea that the pharmacology of a drug defines all of its most significant features is in fact not the case. The combination, the experience that someone has is the combination of the drug, the set, and the setting. And while the availability of a drug is something that neither the person that you may be supporting or any professional can do anything about, changing minds is definitely something that the individual can do, and the professional supporting that individual can facilitate. And the assumptions and beliefs and attitudes that the person has towards the behaviours they're engaging in are definitely always to be explored, because they have a hugely important impact. Numerous experiments conducted under strictly controlled conditions, double-blind with placebos, for example, on a wide range of subjects and in different cultures, have demonstrated that both mood and actions are affected far more by what people think they have drunk and the ideas they have about being intoxicated than by what they have actually drunk. People who expect drinking to result in violence become aggressive. Those who expect it to make them feel sexy become more amorous. Those who view it as a disinhibiting agent are more demonstrative. The ideas that people have matter, as the World Health Organization itself explicitly acknowledges.
Yeah, absolutely.
The physical dimension of any dependency is often the area of, is often the thing that's given most attention and is considered to be the most important aspect of any dependency. It's worth appreciating that from a Western medical model perspective, only some drugs are understood to be physically dependence-inducing. The depressants and the analgesics. But the fact is that it's before anyone becomes physically dependent on a substance, over time, they will have become emotionally and or psychologically dependent. So even when the physical aspects have been addressed, in those instances where the physical aspects are issues, the psychological and the emotional dependency is actually the work, is actually the challenge. As people will often say, getting off isn't a problem, staying off is. And the reason for that is the role of emotional and psychological dependency, which are actually far more challenging potentially than any physical aspect of the phenomenon. And with regard to people who have made changes to their drug use, the evidence is clear that for those people, and the evidence around self-harming and suicide in people who have left drug treatment services having achieved their goals, makes it clear that supporting people around their lapse and relapse prevention strategies is absolutely essential. Because, of course, when people make change, the last thing they often want to consider is the idea of going backwards, either because the consequences of doing so from their perspective would be so catastrophic, so devastating that it can't even be countenanced, or for a range of other reasons. But the fact is that in life, change processes can move in both directions. And the evidence is clear that for people who put in place a range of coping responses, a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C, if necessary, shows clearly that there is a decreased probability of lapse or relapse. Whereas for those people who don't put in place appropriate coping strategies, the indications are that in fact makes a lapse or relapse more rather than less likely, and the consequences arising from it potentially more devastating. Partly because of what's called the rule violation effect, which is, I will never ever do this again because I can't, I mustn't, and I won't. But then if someone experiences a lapse, then as a result of that setback, the accumulated impact of the guilt and the shame and the frustration, the sense of failure, the fear, the confusion, the disappointment, the regret, the anger at self and at others can be so overwhelming that in order to cope with that maelstrom of negative emotion, the person effectively needs to use more of the substance to manage that experience.
Or self-harm in other ways.
So another form of self-harm, in effect.
Yeah.
So exploring with people a realistic strategy for supporting themselves in the event of a setback is absolutely essential. A lapse doesn't have to become a relapse, but what the evidence tells us is that the emotional response to the lapse is the key feature of whether or not a lapse will become a relapse, rather than the quantity or the specifics of the drug that's been taken. So again, finding a way of having that conversation with people, and one of the best ways I've found is to frame the conversation as a fire drill. It's not inevitable that it will happen, but it's in case of. It's the principle, as with a fire drill, of in case of. So exploring with people what their strategies are for dealing with high-risk feelings, thoughts, situations, events, people, and places. And encouraging them to have an appreciation that there is no such thing as a perfect recovery, and that good enough has to be good enough.
So this can come within, a holistic approach that addresses other types of self-harm, with that 6 steps strategy, which I found is really helpful. That curious, compassionate exploration of what might have triggered the last instance, for example, a validation that there was a need that needed to be made within that time, within that context, that was understandable and valid response to the distress they felt, and then exploring the pros and cons, what they got out of this strategy, what was the consequences that were more problematic. So it's about exploring the drawback. Using motivational interviewing there is going to be really helpful. And then we can start to look at alternative strategies, that fire drill is going to be very useful there, and looking at practically how implementing those changes are going to be done, whether we can get support and how we can put that in place. So that's going to be really important. Giving people strategies as well to deal with the dysregulation, the emotional dysregulation that is often part and parcel of traumatic responses. So helping people deal with the hypo and the hyper arousal. There's a lot more we can give you on that. Just get in touch with us if you want a lot more strategies. But it's basically giving people a toolkit that will help them develop over time. It's not a quick fix. Alternative strategies, so that at least some of the time they use other methods of self-regulation. Harm minimization is important, isn't it? We have less than a minute to go through this, but Dave, what would you pick up from that list?
The importance of harm minimization. Any behavior can be more or less harmfully engaged in, and that includes the use of substances. So recognizing how someone may mitigate and minimize potential harms and risks, exploring their understanding of a harm minimization approach with regard to their own drug using behaviors, and to challenge the idea that there is no choice or autonomy when it comes to aspects of a relationship with a substance. again, the mindset the individual has towards their relationship to the substance or substances they use is a vitally important area of exploration, because the ideas that person has, their understanding, their assumptions and their attitudes will inform a range of potential outcomes. So a harm reduction focus is vital.
Great. We're running out of time, so I will just point again to our Stay Alive app that people can use to put in place plans to help them develop alternative strategies. Do download that, and also you'll get our slides. So, you know, there's a range of places where people can get support with their self-harm, and also the importance of safeguarding issues. You know, this was a short session, but something really important to note. You know, thinking about who else is being affected by this. So I think we haven't got time for questions, but feel free to note those for us to pick up later on. And I'm going to give you our contact details. So this is Dave here. Dave, maybe you can put your contact detail in the chat as well. And this is Grassroots. You can follow us on socials. We also have lots more training and resources that you can use to support your clients and the people in your family. So just have a look at our websites and let us know how else we can help you.
Thank you, Agnes. And if anyone would like to ask any questions,
I'm dealing with a 7-month-old puppy who's not very well. It's not fun. Our next great speaker will be Harriet Peach from the YMCA, who are one of the partners working for us for this self-harm project. And yeah, here we go. Harriet, thank you so much.
Thank you, Alison. Yeah, as Alison said, I'm Harriet Peach, and I'm the youth engagement. We run a youth engagement department at the YMCA DLG, known as eWellbeing. And eWellbeing is where all the self-harm resources for the Mind collaboration with YMCA are held as well. So I'm just going to share a little bit about what we've been doing in this project, including the resources on our website, but also a youth research project as well. So let me just get it up. And Alison, would you just mind letting me know if you can see the slides all right?
Yep, that's great. Thank you very much.
Lovely. Okay, so Mind worked with us NASAs this time to actually complete a really exciting piece of youth voice, really looking into how our young people across the city are experiencing our resources online and how we can open up the network to our young people as well. So there was kind of different areas within the project. So a proposed revamp of some of our digital resources. So we looked at analytics, and we looked at spoke to our young people and asked what they would like and changes there. We then had a youth research section. So we had 2 young youth researchers who we trained how to be researchers, and then we went out and did a mixed methodology piece looking at quantitative and qualitative information regarding their access to our resources and to the network resources. It's very much that was the scope of this particular research project, but there has been talk about how it'd be really useful also for youth researchers to be involved with something linked to suicidal ideation as well on here. So as I said, it was a mixed research project, and our youth researchers, you can see here, signed up and we recruited them. So Soph, who's 19, and Louisa, who's 20, both attended 10 trained planned programme training sessions for youth research, working with University of Brighton and University of Sussex and ourselves to understand how to complete a youth research project. So they drove the project forward, completed the surveys, completed focus groups of the mixed methodologies that I talked about. And really, it's a very whistle-stop tour today, but I'm just going to give you a bit of a brief about what they found and their results so far. So the first section was a survey which was put out. It was an open access survey, specifically looking at the age groups of A-level and university students, and really looking at their use of resources so far, self-harm resources, where they go, how they use them, that sort of thing. So the survey was had 122 responses in total. It was only open for 2 weeks, and with a larger scope, it was getting lots of feedback and actually was really successful in its uptake. So we asked multiple different questions, but one of the main things was just looking at who has accessed and who didn't access self-harm before, and 58% responded that they had accessed it before. And actually, although it could have been much higher numbers, and if we'd left it open for longer, obviously the results would have shown more, but very much you can see that those who did access self-harm resources didn't always find them the most useful, actually, for covering their needs and wants. And then we delved a little bit deeper into that and asked which resources did we find useful, which types of resources would be most useful. And again, we can see that although, you know, numbers could have been higher, on this part we can see some already kind of outlining results that actually lots of people wanted online forums and committees would be the most, would be the most useful supportive materials that they could find about self-harm. Hotline and crisis support points and videos from young people. And actually the least two popular were articles and videos from professionals. We have already updated some resources ourselves on our e-wellbeing learning page, and our module and resources on there as well to reflect some of these things. So we also looked at the barriers that they found, and lots of the barriers were difficulty in finding the information, lack of awareness of where to go for the information, and stigma around self-harm. A small percentage said limited access to technology was a reason why they struggled to find self-harm resources. And then we asked for preference, where would you want to go to find out this information? Or where do you currently look for this kind of information? And overwhelmingly, the majority of young people surveyed said that they would just search on Google to find these accesses to these self-harm resources. And then we delved deeper into that, looking where would you want to, in the future, be able to find this kind of information? What's your preferred access? And again, most of which fits with where they were currently looking is websites would be the most preferable, and then social media coming up second there. We then did a little bit more of a qualitative kind of thinking about what kind of things do you feel are not covered in existing resources. And there's quite a wealth. This is very top level analysis, and we're going to do a proper thematic analysis on our focus groups, but this was just the outcome so far. So the young people very much gave their voice about the kind of things that they felt didn't exist. So eating disorders, behavioural self-harm, addiction, info for helping, information to help people understand that they are self-harming if they aren't aware, support for adults who self-harm, dangers of infections, coping with feelings of guilt, building self-confidence about scars, all of these. So we've kind of put them into topic areas. Talking about it with loved ones, tips for supporting others, some coping strategies, and recovery as well. So these were all the areas that they felt weren't included, but there would be higher inclusion or higher amounts of information would be useful specifically for our young people. We then ran a focus group. And in that focus group, we were much more obviously looking at the qualitative side of things, so really delving deeper into those outcomes. Now, this hasn't been fully research-wise, properly, thematically gone through yet, but we will go show you kind of some of the early outcomes of that focus group that which we ran. So again, the focus group focused on those specific ages, and it was well attended. So there's 15 within the focus group for this one. Again, with more scope, there was lots of interest about people wanting to join focus groups and wanting to talk about this as an area. But for this particular project, it was just the one which we ran. So one of the questions that we asked was, how can self-harm support resources be made more accessible for young people? And I'll just give you a little clip, hopefully you can hear. Oh. It's very typical, isn't it? I'll try the other video and see if that works instead. If not, I'll go through it for the through this instead. Let's have a see and see if this works. Hopefully your sound will be all right.
Some resources have too little information that isn't useful. And I think some have too much that are actually really overwhelming. I think sometimes when you're in a space where you feel already really vulnerable, actually reading large amounts of information isn't going to be very useful. A lot of online resources can be quite general, so it might be the stereotypical version of, or something that perhaps a majority may feel.
Many people have mixed mental health issues or do not really fit into any of those categories, which ends up for them not being useful. They just answer, for instance, why don't you listen to some calming music? Why don't you talk with your parents? And those are feedbacks that I could have come up with myself. For example, online you could speak, maybe per chat, to a therapist for free perhaps, or for very low cost, so that they could give you personal feedback and how to maybe improve your mental health issues based on what they said rather than on their symptoms.
There could be more information from professionals around how they can cope the here and now, rather than, oh, go speak to X, Y, and Z, because that takes time.
They need probably more funding because they tend to have long wait times, which can discourage people from reaching out for help. They also could need more funding so that they could widen their knowledge and do more training for those people so that they have more experience.
No, apologies that I showed through YouTube and you have to see my Beyonce Knowles search engine in the background. That was one of those little snippets. And obviously with the focus group, it also widened up a little bit into this kind of idea about therapy, which we know is very topical with our young people, but specifically self-harm therapy. I will go for the second clip as well, because we also did ask other obviously questions, and this is just two little bits. And I will play the second one as well for you.
It's always a typical view about them that they are over you, more power than you, and that they do not actually want to help you but want to have the money and stuff like that. That's why some people might feel more welcomed in communities where they know that people are on the same level as them.
Online forums and communities probably gives you more of a sense of you're not alone in this. A lot of people want to remain anonymous until they feel like that they can talk about it in a more face-to-face way. Online platforms like that can be a great way of connecting with people, but I think it's also about remembering there aren't the same safeguarding kind of procedures often in place. When you go onto a resource that is made by a mental health charity or something like that, people within the industry and who have the right education around mental health have kind of looked at that. When you're on these communities and these forums, quite often they're just random people, and A, you don't know what they're going to say to you. It could be quite hurtful, and B, even though I think sometimes people think they're saying the right thing, it could actually be more triggering in the long run.
Communities can be also risky because you don't really know if that person you're talking to is trustworthy and if they are telling the truth or if they are lying. There are now more professionals that start doing videos on, for example, YouTube shorts that get really many likes because they behave themselves like normal people rather than trying to act like professionals, but inform people in a manner that can be understood by everyone.
There's a real range of creators on there that kind of look at mental health, and like there's a couple of like psychologists on there. There's one called like Dr. Julie something. She's written loads of books and stuff on mental health. For her, it's like her work. That's part of her work, is sharing these videos online on platforms that young people are going to be able to have access to. We need to think of some ideas that perhaps encourage more people to go reach out to services, and some people need the help there and then. So
I'm going to pause there. But very much this kind of idea of online communities was a real positive one that was really high up on the list within the focus group and on the surveys, of wanting that way of having really good means of support. However, this idea of actually making sure that they are reliable resources where these communities come from and they're trustworthy. So just a very whistle-stop tour, but this is so far where the youth researchers have been looking and what kind of findings they're coming out with what is the preference for young people. So what content do young people want access to? A kind of summary, video stories from other young people, self-help resources, practical advice, distraction methods, coping skills, first aid, conversation starters for talking about self-harm, clear signposting, images, clear trigger warnings, images showing young people with others to show they're not alone, these sorts of things as well. All of this is being put into a final report, which will be shared with Mind and which will be available and accessible on eWellbeing. We also have our new self-harm support module based on some of the feedback that we've already heard from our young people, and we've had updated resources. All of that, if you want access to it, is available on this QR code. So I'll leave that there for you. And that actually is my time. I was going to say if there's any questions, but I think I've run bang on time, Alison.
Bang on time. Thank you so much. And again, I will be sending this all out to everyone. Thank you so much, Harriet. And it was brilliant hearing from young people because they don't always get a voice, do they? So that was absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Stop sharing.
Thank you very much. Right, our next presenter, I know it's a bit whistle stop with so many people who wanted to talk, so we've had to squeezing people. So our next presenter is Professor Denis Ougrin. I think I'm saying that right. And he is a professor and his speciality is self-harm. Over to you. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Alison. Thank you for the invitation. Really enjoyed the previous speaker. And as you say, being able to listen to young people's voices is such a powerful message, sometimes a lot more powerful than loads of scientific papers or presentations. So I'll try and share my screen now. So I'll be talking about a particular model of working with young people with self-harm that we developed a few years back, specifically to make sure that when young people come to emergency rooms, the A&E departments, that beyond just standards of the risk assessment and risk management, that there is a therapeutic component to it. And it's something that I just wanted to share with colleagues. I assume, like with all other presentations, there is a trigger warning. There will be pictures of self-harm. So if anybody is affected, I'm sure you have a system of support for those who require further help. Am I right, Alison, that there are resources for people who are affected by the content?
Yeah, if they get in contact on the chat, then we can direct them to someone.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, let me see if I can start this. Right, let's see. So, as is customary, I don't have a lot of disclosures to make. I wrote a couple of books on self-harm. One is just an overview, and the other one specifically about therapeutic assessment. So that's a manual on the topic that I will mention to you in a minute. I also wrote a book with my daughter on the history of Western Ukraine. I do recommend writing books with your daughters if they are of the right age. It's a lot of fun and does create this interesting bond with them. So I just wanted to show you the world just before COVID started in 2019 in terms of suicide. So on this map, you will see that if the country is sort of in this sort of yellow to dark brown color, it means that suicide rate was going up at that moment. And then if the country is this sort of greenish blue, teal to dark blue, then it means that it was going down. So not the absolute prevalence of suicide, but just the relative trends in different countries. And you can see that the world was actually quite an uneven place. And interestingly, in a lot of European countries, there was a tendency towards a decrease in suicide. But in some other countries, there was a real sort of trend towards an increase. Overall in the world, the prevalence of suicide is somewhere around 10 to 11 per 100,000 per year. That's across all ages. And the UK is somewhere in the middle. So our suicide rate is pretty much bang on the middle of the world. There are some countries that have significantly higher suicide rates. That would be especially countries in the North and Northeast Europe, the Baltic states, Nordic countries. Guyana has a very high suicide rate last year. Lesotho could have a very high rate as well. And there are a few countries, there's a whole sort of area of research looking at risk factors and possible reasons for these really very stark, sometimes regional differences. Conversely, there are countries with significantly lower suicide rate than in the UK. And a good example of these countries would be Mediterranean countries, Southern Europe and North Africa. There are some interesting reasons and possible explanations why this may be the case. You can see my home, Ukraine, was actually having a substantial increase in suicide rates 2019. The reason for this is because suicide rates tend to go down very substantially during the times of war. And when the active phase of the war is over, very often suicide rates go up very, very dramatically. And so we could very confidently predict that when this phase of the war in Ukraine is over, we will have another spike of suicides. And the same will be true about any other conflict. For example, the conflict in the Middle East or any other country. That has been the case really for as long as we could measure these issues. When it comes to age of suicide, then typically speaking, the older you are, the higher risk of suicide the world over. There are two exceptions to this, which are quite interesting. You can see in the sort of upper left-hand side corner, there is this bimodal distribution of suicides in females in the Southeast Asia area. And so what we see there is really quite a lot of suicides in young girls and young women, followed by a decrease in the middle age and then a predictable increase in the old age. The other exception is Eastern Europe and Central Europe, where you can see there is a very rapid increase in suicide in boys and young males, and then a plateau, then a slight increase in suicides towards the end of your life. As I mentioned, the further south you are in Europe, the lower your risk of suicide. There are probably some interesting lessons we could learn from places like Malta and the south of Italy, Greece, and places like this. We used to think that maybe there is poor reporting and under-reporting of suicides for cultural and religious reasons, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Even if you adjust for cultural factors, there appears to be a genuine lower rate of suicide in some of the Mediterranean countries, as opposed to the north of Europe, and especially the northeast of Europe. People in this call might know that suicide at the moment is the second leading cause of death in young people. Only accidents are more common as a cause of death in young people. Now, I have to say that in some countries in the West, we seem to see this trend where suicide is rapidly becoming the #1 cause of death. For instance, in Sweden, that was the case last year, and not because they had a massive increase in suicides, but because the safety on Swedish roads is so much better, and in general the number of accidents is reducing every year, unlike suicide. Now, having said this, suicide still is relatively rare. Fortunately, relatively rare. So in the UK, we've never had more than 200 suicides in young people since records began in the 1860s. But of course, there is variation, and generally speaking, the older you are as a teenager, the higher the risk of suicide. So we now have data from 2023. That's the latest data we've got on suicides. And like with any other Western country, we can see that the ratio, the ratio between suicides in males and females is approximately 3 or 4 male suicides to 1 female. And that remains pretty much standard for all Western countries. There are interesting exceptions in some parts of the world. For example, in rural China, it's different. In some other Asian countries, but in the West, typically you have 3 or 4 male suicides to 1 female suicide, and you can see that the actual prevalence of this phenomenon remains fairly stable since the 1980s. There was some reduction in mid-2005 to 2009, and then there was a gradual increase in the last few years. One exception to this sort of general stability is what happens with young girls, 10 to 14-year-old girls. Now that is a very worrying phenomenon. You can see that we've been seeing this really quite extraordinary rise in suicide in younger teenage girls and even tweens. There are many reasons for this that we can speculate on, but that is something that we have never seen before. And the rate of suicide in 10 to 14-year-old females in the UK is the highest ever since records began. It's a bit less stark than this in 15 to 19-year-olds, but still you can see that there is some variability, but an increase overall in comparison to a few years back. Something similar we can see in 20 to 24-year-old females, although not as stark as in younger ones. And then again, something similar in 25 to 29-year-olds. A decrease throughout 2000s and then an increase in the last 5 years. Perhaps one sort of hopeful message that we can share from our experience in the UK is what happens to the oldest people. So you can see this sort of green salad line at the top are 75-plus-year-old people. males, which traditionally were the top demographic for suicides in the UK, as they are in most other European and Western countries, and even globally. And you can see that unlike many other regions of the world, as I've mentioned before, in the UK, 75 plus demographic is not the top demographic anymore. That sort of changed in the 1990s. It's a very interesting phenomenon, worth studying in other countries, quite possibly something to do with the fact that British GPs seem to be better at detecting depression and suicidality in older people, especially those with alcohol misuse problems and who live alone, lonely ones. It seems to be that primary care holds a lot of promise in general in terms of suicide prevention. We have another interesting example like this from Sweden, the so-called Gotland experiment, which is very worthy of investigations. So there is an island in the Baltic Sea called the Gotland Island. It's quite small, it belongs to Sweden. And the experiment was that GPs there were taught about depression, suicidality, and how to detect and manage that. And when we compared rates of suicide in Gotland and elsewhere in Sweden, there was a very stark difference, where Gotland had significantly lower suicide rates than other parts of Sweden. In fact, there are very few examples of this sort where a public health or a primary health intervention had such a stark impact on suicide. There's 3 or 4 other examples of this sort. One of them is, interestingly, in the Soviet Union in the late 80s, during the Gorbachev years, when he managed to substantially reduce the availability of alcohol for the population, and that had a major impact on suicide. It's almost unbelievable how many lives were saved by that intervention. Another interesting intervention was in Australia when there was a significantly lower availability of guns and rifles following an incident, and that also had a substantial impact on suicides. Now, so one thing that people argue often is that the rise in suicides in girls, well, in teenagers, is driven at least in part by social media and online behavior in general. Now, that's a hypothesis that's worthy of investigations. But if we were to accept it, then we will have to admit that there must be a differential impact of social media on boys and girls, because what we see in girls is a very substantial increase in suicides, but we don't see this in boys. In fact, the peak of suicides in boys was well before social media, well before the internet, in the late 80s, early 90s. Having said this, there was a recent study published in Denmark in July this year, which for the first time investigated the impact of screens on the mental health of children. And it was a randomized trial where young people were randomly allocated to either very low screen environment, no more than 1 hour a day, or a normal screen environment. And if you were to compare these two groups after a very short time, just a few weeks, then there was a very substantial impact on their mental health well-being. And the ones who had few hours of exposure to screens seemed substantially healthier than the ones who had normal exposure. Interestingly, in that experiment, both children and their parents had limited availability of screens. It's the first RCT, I think, randomized study of this kind. It'd be good to have a few more, but the differences were really very stark something that one would not have anticipated within such a short time. Now, when it comes to the day of the week, then typically it's Mondays that have the highest suicide rate. Interestingly, we used to think it's the weekends when people perhaps are more exposed to substances, but not the case. It's actually Mondays, but in both males and females. And the same is true about countries where the weekend is not Saturday and Sunday. So the ones that have weekends on Fridays and Saturdays, it's always Sunday that has the highest suicide rate after the weekend. There are certain groups of people that have especially high risk of suicide. One of these groups is people with autism, autistic people. And there is a very interesting difference in the risk of suicide in these groups. Autistic people who have normal IQ tend to have a very high suicide rate, about 10 times higher than the general population, whereas autistic people with low IQ, intellectual disability, have 2.5 times the risk. So it's moderated by the IQ, which is unusual for other disorders. Now, as far as the method of suicide, then the UK is fairly typical of any Western country apart from the USA. Just 1 second, I need to close the door, just 1 second. Apologies, because we have an audit in my department, lots of noise around. So so it's actually hanging. That's the top method of suicide in the UK, and it is true about any Western country, apart from the USA. In the USA, the #1 method of suicide is actually gunshots. Another interesting sort of dynamic that happened in the UK and in other countries that are similar in suicide demographics was that traditionally females were a lot more likely to kill themselves by poisoning and males by hanging. Now that changed, and now we have a lot more females who die by hanging. And that population seems to be, males and females seem to be becoming closer. And perhaps in the next few years, we will see that hanging is equally common in both males and females. Now, self-harm is something that is, I'll just show you a few pictures. This is not self-harm. This is monkeypox that could look like self-harm. This is a form of self-harm which is called the serotonin syndrome, which sometimes happens with an overdose of SSRIs medication. This is also not self-harm. This is something that you can see in a condition with fragile veins. This is an interesting self-harm. You see in the shape of a heart. But that is a consequence of hyperreactive immune system in certain children, and you can. It's called dermatoglyphic, and you can actually produce these interesting shapes by just minimal pressure. And this is not self-harm either. This is, although it could look like one, this is infection that travels from the finger up. So you can see that different presentations could look like self-harm, but not necessarily self-harm. And just to say that as far as definitions, then self-harm includes typically both self-injury by damaging one's skin, and also self-poisoning by ingesting an overdose or substances of different kinds. Now, if we were to look at the prevalence of self-harm, then it is really very common. About 20 years ago, as you can see on this picture, the prevalence of self-harm was about 10% in the UK and England, 5% of boys and about 15% of girls. So overall about 10%. Now that percentage is about doubled, so about 18% will have self-harmed by the time they finish school. And also the prevalence of self-harm in the West is becoming a lot more sort of uniformed. Here you can see that in Holland, for example, the Netherlands, there was a significantly lower self-harm rate than in other countries, but they seem to be catching up as well in that way. The reason why self-harm is important when it comes to suicide research is that, as far as we could say, then self-harm is the strongest known predictor of death by suicide, especially the kind of self-harm that results in young people coming to emergency rooms, to A&E departments. And especially if it's a violent method, so attempted hanging, jumping from heights, and other types that are violent of this sort. Like with suicide, the prevalence of self-harm is greater in some subgroups of young people. In autistic young people, then the prevalence of self-harm is about 50%. So 1 in 2 will have self-harmed by the time they reach their 18th birthday. We think that self-harm in autistic young people probably could be quite different from neurotypical young people, and whereas the most common trigger for self-harm in neurotypical children is interpersonal conflict and emotional dysregulation. Perhaps the most common trigger for self-harm in autistic young people is abnormal sensory processing responses to sensory stimuli such as noise, certain tastes, and other sort of sensory processing difficulties. The impact of COVID was interesting on self-harm. During the peak of COVID, the lockdown, then we saw that there was a very significant decrease in young people coming with self-harm, either to primary care or to A&E departments. Doesn't mean to say that they were self-harming any less, but they were less likely to present, to come for help. And which is why it's so important, if we have any more lockdowns in the future, then when we think about allocating professionals, then I would very strongly recommend that we increase the capacity in the outreach services, the ones who will go and see children at home, as opposed to wait for them to come to A&E, because this will not happen. Now, after COVID, after the lockdown, there was a very substantial increase in presentations in both primary care and secondary care. And that was true about any country that we have studied. So there's something about the lockdown that reduces the chances of the young person coming for help, and then a very massive increase after COVID. I think most of you will know about sort of the common risk factors for self-harm, so I will not dwell on them. I will just maybe mention a few relatively new, or the ones that have not been subject to sort of standard teaching before. So one of them is exposure to self-harm. We know that young people who have exposure to self-harm, either in their family members or in their friendship groups, or even online on social media, tend to have significantly higher risk of self-harm. The other interesting thing is history of sexual, physical, and emotional abuse. It's something that is a well-known risk factor for self-harm, but very rarely gets systematically inquired about, but especially in emergencies. Something we teach our junior doctors to focus their attention on. It's not an easy topic to do an assessment of, but really is one of the very strong risk factors as far as we know. And interestingly, also early onset substance misuse, especially in girls, especially of cannabis. Now, somehow got stuck. Okay. Sorry about this. So risk factors for completed suicide and for self-harm overlap very dramatically. They're almost identical, except for one. So the risk of suicide in boys is about 3 or 4 times the risk of suicide in girls. The risk of self-harm is the other way around. So girls are about 3 or 4 times more likely to self-harm than boys. Otherwise, they're pretty much identical. Now, a lot of researchers spend a lot of time on risk factors and not enough, I don't think, spend time on protective factors. And they're really worth investigating. So I was editing a journal a few years back, a special issue on self-harm and suicide, and that paper really caught my imagination. So this is a paper that mapped social relationships of different children in different schools. And you can see that, it's just the map of how closely children are linked to each other socially. And the children who have thought about suicide are yellow dots, and then the ones who attempted suicide are red dots. And you can see that in some schools, young people with self-harm, suicide attempts, or thinking about suicide are really well integrated with other children. And in those schools, they seem to be doing really well. And it seems to be a very strong protective factor, this sort of social integration and support. Perhaps the most important protective factor that we know of as far as self-harm and suicide is sort of social support, social integration. Whereas in some schools, the school C at the bottom, you can see that children who attempted suicide are not only disconnected from the rest of the children, but also closely connected to each other. And that's something that could be a very toxic social environment for these young people. There are really interesting new ideas about how to assess risk of self-harm and suicide. If you have the time, I really encourage you to have a look at this implicit associations test that was developed by my colleague in Harvard University. It measures sort of your subliminal links with certain concepts, whether you like a particular US president or not, or whether you think about self-harm and suicide or not. It's really quite clever, interesting to see, really to look into your own subconscious. So a few years back, the risk of a young person coming back to emergency room A&E after an episode of self-harm was about 10% per year. Now it is a lot more, at least 30% now will come back over the next year. And unfortunately, tragically, 1% of these young people will die over a 10-year period. Half of them will be clear suicides, and the other half probably accidents and a few other causes. And the risk of violent suicide attempts is about 8 times than if it's non-violent. So violent will be attempted hanging, attempted shooting, jumping from heights, attempted drowning, and non-violent self-injury by cutting or overdoses. Now, is there anything we can do about self-harm? And really, until about 2015, I was saying no, that there was no evidence that any intervention actually helped in any way. In fact, some interventions were probably quite harmful for self-harm. In 2015, in this graph, the more to the left you are, the greater the beneficial effect on self-harm. And you can see that there are some psychological therapies that seem to be very much to the left, like this one here. That's a therapy called dialectical behavior therapy, or DBT. we now have several studies which all show the same thing, that it seems to be the most promising therapy, at least for young people with severe and repetitive self-harm. There are a few other sort of positive studies there. One is this Esposito SMILE, that's a CBT study. Unfortunately, since then, we had one negative CBT study as well, so it's not recommended as the first line. And then we have one more by Russo Fonagy, that's MBT, which stands for mentalization-based therapy. Again, unfortunately, after this initial positive, we had a negative study too. So they're not both first-line recommendations. We repeated this recently and not published yet, but this is something I really wanted to share with you. So this is now looking not at repetition of self-harm, but looking at mortality, so children who actually die. And you can see that there is a study by King in 2019, which is the first study of its kind that shows a reduction of a particular intervention on the actual death by any cause. And that's huge. We've never had a study that can actually show that. And it's the first time that we can. And the study itself is very, very interesting indeed. So when Cheryl King designed the study, I thought it was a genius design. So what she did was she created this network of adults around the child. So there was a child at risk, and then the young person or the child was able to nominate up to 5 adults in their environment. Not necessarily parents, but could be parents, could be teachers or other important adults in their life, grandparents. And then the intervention was not on the child, it was on training and supporting these adults around the child. And I thought, wow, this is such a great, I mean, obviously, clinically, you know that sometimes just the one supportive adult could make such a huge difference in the life of a child who's at risk of self-harm and suicide. And then, you know, when she looked at the outcomes, there was no difference at all, and we were all very disappointed by that. But then, you know, she looked after many years, after about 10 years, she looked at mortality. You know, how many of these children were still alive, and there was a huge, incredible impact on the actual mortality of these children. So what you know, sometimes these sort of effects could be really quite delayed, and also reinforces the idea that social support and social connection is probably the #1 target for reducing self-harm and suicide in kids. Now, let's see if I can get this thing moving again. Yeah, and just to say that beyond the one study of DBT, we now have several studies of DBT. Most of them are positive, and DBT, which again stands for dialectical behavior therapy, seems to be the #1 intervention for young people with self-harm, at least with severe self-harm and repetitive self-harm. We also know that single session interventions are not as good as longer interventions, and also we now know that if it's just only group therapy, it will not work. We'll need a combination of both individual therapy and group therapy. And we also know that family involvement is key. So if we compare studies that had no family treatment component and family treatment, then there is no doubt that family treatment components are crucial to the success. As far as engagement, then, for a long time, there was no evidence that psychological therapies made any difference in engaging young people. In about 2019, we can now say that there is some evidence that psychological therapies can improve engagement. And in general, I think engagement has improved. So whether it's through a reduced stigma or through other mechanisms, that young people are a lot more likely to seek and attend treatment than a few years ago, which I think is a wonderful development, but also has implications for you know, for our resources too. So what is then this therapeutic assessment? Now, what I wanted to, I don't know if Alison, can people, are we stuck on one slide?
Yeah, you're still on self-harm treatment one.
Now that is a bit concerning because I don't know. The screen sharing is paused. It says, how did it pause? I didn't realize I couldn't do that. Okay, I'll try and share again. Sorry. Okay, maybe we can see it now. So then, what is, how could this sort of brief intervention be integrated? Now, we know that in the vast majority of cases, young people who come with self-harm to emergency rooms come after some sort of an interpersonal conflict, interpersonal problem. And the consequence of that conflict is often that there is an activation of negative thoughts or emotions or body responses in the young person. And we call this sort of, these negative thoughts and emotions and physiological responses the core pain. And the reason why we call it the core pain is because if you look at sort of imaging of the child's brain, then it's indistinguishable from physical pain. So this emotional pain and physical pain look exactly the same and activate the same parts of the brain. Now, because these emotions and thoughts are so powerful, very often the young person will use some sort of way of trying to regulate this state. In our case, very often self-harm. And the reason for this is very often that self-harm has positive consequences in the short term. So a lot of the time, young people feel better as a result. But in the longer term, then there are negative consequences to self-harm. And whatever these negative consequences are, they very often make the core pain worse. And this is this sort of vicious cycle of self-harm that is really important to capture. So that's a very simple diagram from a young person. The boyfriend dumped her. She feels worthless. She cuts herself. In the short term, she feels better. In the long term, she doesn't go out as much, and that makes her even more worthless. The kind of cycle. Now, these cycles could be a lot more complex with some young people, and maybe there are two important things to understand. So one is some young people will self-harm impulsively. So immediately as they get the message or the interaction, they will go for self-harm. And some young people will tend to bottle things in for a long time, perhaps keep thinking about what happened, and then after a little while they might self-harm afterwards. And the impulsivity is an important part to understand, and perhaps some interventions will be different depending on whether the young person tends to self-harm impulsively or planned. And the other important part is the use of substances. So some young people will use alcohol or drugs to regulate their emotions at some point. And if they do, that is a very significant risk factor in the sense that a lot of the time young people who use substances to regulate emotions will self-harm deeper or in a more dangerous way than if they're not using substances. They're often disinhibiting, and the appreciation of risk may be quite different. And of course, when we do this work, when we try to understand how one thing leads to another, we need to bear in mind that this is the goal. So maybe moving away from the negative and painful thoughts and emotions into being aware of how amazing this young person is, how they can use some of the skills to regulate their emotions and do things that they're good at. And this sort of cycle could look very differently as well. And then very often after this cycle is done, we would write a letter, an understanding letter, inviting the young person to come back for further support. If we do something like this, then very often we will see that the chances of the young person coming back after therapeutic assessment are significantly higher than if it's just the usual assessment. And we have several studies that show the same thing. We also seem to show that there is a slight difference in the chances of young people coming back to A&E, but statistically it wasn't significant. We saw out of 35 young people, 9 came back after usual assessment and 7 came back after therapeutic assessment. So the difference was not significant. And just finally, I wanted to show a few slides about medication. So many of you will know that about 20 years ago, there was a really very concerning suggestion that antidepressant medications could increase self-harm and even suicide in young people. And there is a black box warning on some of the antidepressants. So what I wanted just to show is, how these things work in depressed young people. So if we were to compare young people who get placebo, so nothing at all, just sugar pills, as opposed to CBT, which is cognitive behavior therapy, as opposed to an antidepressant like fluoxetine, or a combination of both CBT and antidepressant, then the chances of response are about 45% in CBT, 60% on antidepressants, and 70% if you combine antidepressants and CBT. One very interesting sort of result of that study was also that it seems that it is true that antidepressants can increase the risk of self-harm in young people, but CBT appeared to have a protective impact on these young people. And so the young people with a combination of SSRIs and CBT did not differ from just placebo. It's really interesting. Now, what happens to the young people who did not respond to the first antidepressant and who are depressed? Then we know that if we were to change the antidepressant from one SSRI to another, the chances of response are about 50%. And if you include CBT on top of this, there's another 10% increase. Now, what happens after that? We've done now. So there are no studies that investigate the impact of further psychological therapies or medication on depression beyond the first couple. And maybe just one other thing, this is mostly for clinicians, but a few years ago, it was actually quite common to prescribe a benzodiazepine with an antidepressant, hoping that in the first few days of treatment, benzodiazepines will reduce that sort of initial activation that sometimes happen with antidepressants. But one of these studies showed us that in fact young people with benzodiazepines were significantly more likely to self-harm if they started on antidepressants than if you didn't prescribe benzodiazepines, and the difference was actually quite large. So that practice pretty much stopped now in the UK, at least. There are some newer medication. Vortioxetine did not show a difference with young people as compared to fluoxetine. The same is true about duloxetine. Again, we showed no difference from the more established fluoxetine, which is Prozac. And it is probably true that there is if you look at all of the studies available, that there is a slight increase in suicidal risk in young people on antidepressants, about 3%, as opposed to placebo, about 2%. But we did not see any completed suicides in any of these studies, so it's worth bearing in mind that fact. Schools hold a lot of promise in reducing the risk of attempted suicide. There is a study called the SAILY study, which is the most powerful one published to date. Really short intervention, only 5 hours, designed to increase awareness and improves help-seeking behavior in people. And an intervention like that has a capacity to reduce attempted suicide by about half. It's something that really has to be studied more and implemented a lot more widely than it is now. It was a very, very large study in 11,000 children across Europe. So there is no doubt that a brief intervention of that sort could have a fairly major impact on the risk of suicide attempts in kids. And that really brings me to the conclusion. So I just wanted to reiterate the key factors that we talked about. So suicide is the second leading cause of death in most Western countries. Self-harm, especially the one that results in young people coming to emergency rooms, is the strongest known predictor of suicide. A brief intervention like therapeutic assessment could significantly improve engagement with aftercare. DBT for adolescents, which stands for dialectical behavioral therapy, is the #1 frontline intervention for children with and adolescents with significant and repetitive self-harm. School-based interventions like in the SAILY study could prevent a substantial proportion of self-harm, and antidepressants do carry a small risk of increased suicidality, and benzodiazepines could enhance that risk. And that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. We've got a few minutes. If anyone would like any questions, they could put it in the chat and I could read them out if anyone's got them. First time we've had a chance. Thank you very much. That was a lot of information. Very good. If you send your slides to me, I can put it out to everyone. That would be good. So, anyone send in the chat a question? Someone's put, so SSRI scan increase risk?
So let me just go back to this point. So overall, antidepressants carry a slightly increased risk of suicide-related outcomes, not suicide itself, but suicidality. The overall difference in risk is not huge. So on placebo, you'll get about a 2% new onset suicide-related events like self-harm. And on antidepressants, about 3%. So the difference is just 1%. But that has to be taken in the context of a possible improvement. So the chances of improvement in depressive symptoms on SSRIs is about 60%. Still, 40% will not improve over 12 weeks, but 60% will. And if you add CBT on top of the SSRI, then the chances of improvement are about 70%. So still about a third of kids will not improve on a combination of SSRI and CBT. So the risk is, the additional risk is real, but very small, but needs to be counterbalanced by a relatively substantial chance of improvement in depressive symptoms. So the SAILY study, it's very simple. If you just put SAILY and RCT in Google, it will take you there. I'll just obviously we don't have the time to cover loads of material, but I'll just share my channel here, which has a lot more information for those who are interested. Just 1 second. It has stuff on on self-harm and suicide, and also on trauma in both Ukrainian and in English for those who are interested. The SAVEY study is very interesting indeed. I don't think we've implemented the outcomes substantially, even in Sweden. I was just in Sweden last year, and unfortunately, many schools do not do it, even though the effect was really very substantial.
And then one more question. Has there been a study on how effective just counselling can be in reducing suicide risk?
Yeah, so remember, I showed you a slide where psychological therapies were compared to non-specific support, or sometimes even just a waiting list. And most of the studies are negative. So psychological therapies do not seem to improve, just a standard supportive care. And in some cases, they were actually harmful. So there's one or two examples where people will actually self-harm more in psychological therapy than if you do nothing, or just a supportive human interactions. But there are exceptions, and DBT is one of those exceptions. It does seem to outperform usual care, supportive care, waiting lists in most studies in young people. We are less certain about CBT and less certain about MBT, which is mentalization-based therapy, but DBT seems to stand out. Now, the difficulty with DBT is, of course, availability. It's very expensive and long, and requires a lot of training for professionals, and will not be suitable for everybody. So some young people, for example, will not come for group sessions, but might come to individual. The second problem is that most of DBT studies are predominantly on female participants. So we don't really know what's happening with boys in these DBT groups. We don't have much evidence of that. And we're not very good at knowing how to engage boys in psychological therapy in general. It's something that we really have to think about a lot more of.
Lovely. And there was one, is there any information on hypnotherapy in this area?
No. So I'm not aware of any high quality studies of hypnotherapy in young people. But let me just make a general point. So there are a number of psychological therapies available, and the vast majority of these psychological therapies have never been tried in self-harm or young people with risk of suicide, and probably will never be tried, certainly within our lifetimes. Now, that doesn't at all mean that they don't work. It's just that we don't know whether they work or not. They may be harmful, they may be very beneficial, or they may have no difference. But we just need to have high quality studies, these randomized studies, and they're quite expensive and difficult to do. But there are some psychological therapies that, when I think about my experience, then young people seem to really enjoy them very, very much indeed. But some young people, so not everybody will love each individual therapy. Some will love drama therapy, and some will do really well with art therapy, and some will do music. There's all kinds of options there for young people. One thing that is very clear to me that there will never be one therapy that will work for everybody. It's just not possible. Young people are very different. Some hate mindfulness, some love mindfulness. Some will never do any movements and dance. Some will do it all the time. Some will not do sports. Some will do sports. There's an incredible variability in young people, and so we must be a lot more sophisticated when it comes to psychological therapies. And so hypnotherapy doesn't have any high quality or any studies, I don't think, in self-harm. But it doesn't mean it doesn't work. It's just that nobody has tried it. And if you're interested in this field, then I would really encourage you. We are desperate for more studies of psychological therapies for self-harm. And if you're passionate about any psychological therapy, I would really encourage you to join a research group, learn how to do research in this field, and then hopefully, you can have your own niche within our field if you publish a high quality study, then there's really such a small number of randomized studies. I feel that any additional psychological therapy studied properly in an RCT is a huge thing, and it'll be very, very well known.
Thank you so much, Professor Ougrin. That's been brilliant. And thank you for your time.
Thanks for the invitation, and I hope the conference goes well.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to be taking another break now. That's our last one. So if everyone will be back at 14:45, we're going to have Satveer Nijjar then, a speaker and expert on self-harm. Thank you so much, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Last two people we got now. So the first one is, I'm very pleased to introduce Satveer Nijjar. I hope I said that's right, Satveer.
Hiya.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me. Hi, everybody. My name's Satveer, and I'll be delivering this little section, as you can imagine, on self-harm awareness. I've been fortunate enough to catch a few of the talks, and without doubt, there will be a little bit of replication because of the nature of the talks, but hopefully I can give you a slightly different angle or some further tips on how to support someone who is self-harming. Thank you so much, Alison, for inviting me to deliver today. In regards to this session, I will be creating a little handout that Alison can hopefully send out to you alongside the resources. And if there's any questions, I'll give all my contact details at the end. So my aim for today's session is, and as I've been listening in my head, I've been changing up what I'm going to do. Like, should I focus on this? Should I focus on that? But then I thought, actually, I'm just going to give a general overview. And again, I do apologise for any repetition, but with the focus really being on language use. So I've been delivering self-harm awareness training for a decade now, well, 12 years, and I absolutely love my job. I deliver predominantly in the education sector to parents and teachers on the topic of self-harm, and I do sessions to students on mental health, self-harm and suicide. But then I also deliver to doctors, nurses, teachers, social workers, paramedics in the corporate environment too, because self-harm is something that can affect anybody of any age. Obviously, we're focusing upon young people today, so the examples I'll give will be with young people in mind, but please know the information is transferable, because some of you might be here because you self-harm, or you've got an adult in your life who's self-harming. When I do the work that I do, one of the most common things that I found over the last decade that people tend to say, no matter what their background, professional or lay person, when it comes to the topic of self-harm, the common themes that arise or questions or thoughts are, why does someone do it? What do they get from it? Oh, I couldn't imagine doing that to myself. Have I said the wrong thing? Did I make it worse? What should I say? Will they ever stop? Are they going to end up killing themselves? They're the kind of themes that come up. And for me, sessions like these today are about building people's understanding and confidence in responding. And the way we do that is by building knowledge. Because often, especially for parents and carers, but also professionals, it's one of the areas that just isn't spoken about until it happens to you. And even if you're a professional, often I'm delivering training to doctors and nurses, social workers who come across self-harm on a daily basis, but they've never actually had specific training on it. It's formed part of a wider day. So there's still a lot of questions to be asked. So what I hope to do in the next 45 minutes is give you a quick overview, and again, apologies for any replication, on a definition. We'll look at touching on the relationship between self-harm and suicide. We will look at what can lead to self-harm with a focus on language use again, the functions, and then a general best practice response. And within that, I will share, a little bit like Pooky did earlier, some of my personal experiences over the last decade, delivering to thousands of people, of some of the things that they said they wanted support on, and the suggestions that have been given to help them better engage, especially with young people. So I'm going to share slides if this all works well, and then I will be taking them away, bringing them back, etc. When it comes to self-harm, I'm going to be using the definition the professor was using earlier. So the definition that I always use is from NICE. NICE are the National Institute of Clinical Healthcare and Excellence. And just before I keep going, I know some of the other speakers may have already said this. Please do look after yourselves, because I'll openly be talking about self-harm and I will be describing some methods, but no graphic images or videos come up. So the NICE clinical guidelines definition of best practice, and the definition states that self-harm refers to an intentional act of self-poisoning or self-injury, irrespective of the apparent motivation. Then it goes on to say, and is an expression of emotional distress. So straight away, we narrow down the definition using the clinical guidance. We're no longer going to be talking about drugs, alcohol, or eating disorders, which does make some people go, well, Satveer, it says self-harm, how can you take out drugs and alcohol? Because eating disorders as well, why have they been removed? Anorexia has a highest morbidity rate of any psychiatric illness. I've not done this, the NICE guidelines have. Why? For a number of reasons. I'll give you three. I always give three for the sake of time. Service setup. I live in Shrewsbury. Whether I'm in Shrewsbury, in Sussex, in Manchester, Derby, Nottingham, Edinburgh or Cardiff, in our local areas we have separate services for drugs, alcohol and eating disorders. Drugs and alcohol often come together as substance misuse services. Think about training. Today's event is on self-harm. The next event might be on drugs, the one after on alcohol, the one after on eating disorders. And think about language use. If I was bulimic, I wouldn't say I self-harm, I'd say I've got an eating disorder. If I was on heroin, I wouldn't say I self-harm, so I've got a drug issue. But if I was cutting, a correct form of self-harm under the definition, I'd say I self-harm. Obviously, we can't take that as a blanket because people have got their own understandings, but generally speaking in the UK, people tend to categorise correctly, especially young people of today, because sadly, this generation of young people have had some of the greatest experiences and exposure to self-harm than any other generation. Though we're not talking about drugs, alcohol and eating disorders, there's no denying that there's an overlap between what we can call those wider forms of self-harm and the types that you and I will be talking about. And again, overlapping with Pooky. And the overlap is as follows. You're going to have to play the imagining game with me. Imagine my daughter sitting next to me right now, and we give her a drug issue, an alcohol issue, an eating disorder. And we say, I'm cutting a correct form of self-harm under the definition. NICE say, even though we're not talking about my daughter's issues, they acknowledge the reason she started taking drugs, misusing alcohol, controlling, restricting her eating or making herself sick could be for the exact same reason I started cutting myself. The trigger can be the same. For example, bullying, abuse, body image, sexual gender identity, to name some. And what she gets from taking the drugs, misusing the alcohol, controlling, restricting her eating, making herself sick, can be the exact same functions that I get from cutting myself. And I'll come to them in a moment. And I'm sure some of you will know, sadly, that the two can overlap. She's got a drug issue and cutting, an alcohol issue and cutting, an eating disorder and cutting, to use cutting as a correct example of self-harm. But we're not talking about any of them. We also shall not be talking about any of the risk-taking behaviours. Often these come up in training. Things like sexual risk-taking, going missing from home, sabotaging relationships, provoking fights, truancy, online risk-taking. These behaviours can cause harm to oneself or lead to harm by others, but on their own not self-harm. But it's something we would investigate. And I know it can be difficult, especially with teenagers, because is this a natural part of growing up or is there something more to it? What I'd always suggest is, if it's not the child's norm, then a conversation won't do any harm. It's about checking in, but not just dismissing because they're 14 and that's what 14-year-olds do. But often engagement in risk-taking behaviours can be a sign of distress. Low self-confidence, low self-worth, low self-esteem, trying to find some belonging elsewhere. But it can also, like I said, lead to harm, grooming, county lines, exploitation, abuse by others. And it may lead the young person, or anybody, to turn towards the drugs, the alcohol, develop an eating disorder, and or start self-harming in the forms I'm talking about. So often there's an overlap between these things. But for now, no drugs, no alcohol, no eating disorders or risk-taking behaviours. So what are we talking about? Quite a lot. Breaking it into the two parts of the definition is how I'll describe some of the behaviours, and then we'll just call it self-harm after that. So in the two parts of the definition, we've got self-poisoning and self-injury. Self-poisoning first. Taking away drugs and alcohol, you've got self-poisoning via ingestants and non-ingestants. Non-ingestants are things like drinking bleach, windscreen wiper fluid, washing up liquid, detergent, shampoo, stuff like that. Self-poisoning via ingestants is overdosing on medications. Prescribed, not prescribed, stolen from you, bought over the counter. Now, I'm really passionate about language use, and I do have a bit of a potty mouth, so I apologise if anything comes out in a moment. But I do think in the UK, we as a society have become a little bit complacent at times in some of the things that we say. And as I do this session, I might say things like, moving forwards, try and not say this like this, but say it like this instead. And as I say what not to say, inadvertently, there will be some people sitting there thinking, oh gosh, I said that 39 times last week. I'm an awful person. I'm a bad parent, bad professional. Please don't do that to yourself. You said and did what you thought was right in that moment with the tools and skills you had. This is about tomorrow. But I hear this a lot around overdosing on medications, whether it's from a professional or a layperson. Someone's taken an overdose of tablets and somebody else says, don't worry about it, they just took 5. Oh, it was only 4, it was just 3, only 7. There's no just or only to overdosing. If we're going to get pedantic, 1 more than the prescribed amount is technically an overdose. Complacency is dangerous. It's almost like we're looking for big numbers because nobody says they just took 187. Please don't be dismissive of an overdose. Best practice says any disclosure of self-poisoning should be taken seriously and medical attention sought. If in doubt, call 111. It's really important to remember these things. Now, self-injury side, easier to describe, potentially harder to hear. Behaviours such as cutting, burning, scratching, headbanging, hair pulling, picking, biting, pinching, hitting yourself, slapping, punching, hitting yourself with objects, inserting objects into any orifice of the body, eyes, ears, nose, mouth, genital areas, or I create a wound and insert objects into that wound. What do people insert? The same kind of things that they swallow. Glass, razor blades, wire, batteries, you name it, people will insert and swallow it. Then you've also got tying a ligature, tying a noose around one's neck to constrict air supply, but releasing that ligature when they feel the functions that we'll look at in a moment have been met, or tying a ligature around a limb to constrict blood supply. I can tie something really tight around my finger till it swells, goes blue, pins the needles, then release that ligature. So even though we've narrowed down the definition of self-harm, we actually open it right back up again. These are just some of the things that I've mentioned that are correct. And what we see is this is how it opens up. I can have 100 people in the room, 100 different ages, different sexes, genders, backgrounds, but everybody self-harms for a different reason, but they all use the same method, burning. But they all use a different implement. Cigarette, lighter, candle, hot water, friction burns, chemical burns, hairdryer, hair straighteners. Or everybody uses the same method, a razor blade, and everybody uses a different, the same implement, a razor blade, and they all use the same method, cutting. But for one person, it's a number of cuts. For another, it's a depth. For another, it's a length. For another, it's a surface area. For another, it's a shape. For another, it's got nothing to do with the cut. It's about the blood that they lose. And suddenly we start seeing the complexities in self-harm. It's not you've met one, you've met them all. It can be very unique to the individual, which then can make it difficult, especially for professionals who might have more than one person self-harming on their caseload, because then it's like, well, how can I support them if it's so unique? Because you know what will bring the majority of the room together? What they get from that behaviour. The functions are the key. Saying that, and it does pain me to say this, but I have to acknowledge it in training, there is no denying that some people, and it does tend to be the younger age groups, but not exclusive to, may engage in one of these self-harm behaviours because I saw it on TikTok, my mate's doing it, I was just curious. There's no denying that this can happen. However, especially if you're a professional, you've got a safeguarding role and a duty of care. And it is really important that we pick up on any instance of self-harm. Once counts. And even if I'm doing it because I saw my mate doing it, or it was on TikTok, what's that potentially saying about my self-confidence, self-worth, self-esteem? That's the only way I feel I can engage with people. So it's really important that we investigate. What we do know, as we've heard throughout the day, that most people tend to self-harm on more than one occasion. And by the time they disclose, it's often been a period of time that they've self-harmed. And parents and carers will be able to relate to this. Sometimes they can be the last to find out. And it wasn't the first time the child self-harmed when they did disclose or somebody found out. And this can be really frustrating. But it's so important then that we do what we can to make our response as positive as possible, because we know there's a lot of people out there who don't engage, or if someone feels that they haven't had the right response, they can shut down again. From this point forwards, I'll be saying self-harm, and these are the types of behaviours I'm going to be relating to. I hope that's okay. Now, on a personal note, I really struggle to deliver sessions where there's I can't see the delegates. I'm used to a lot more engagement, and that's why in a moment I will be asking you to try and engage if you can via the chat, and it won't be anything long. It'll just be yes and no answers. So if you can, just pull the chat up for a moment. I would just like you to answer the next question. Don't overthink it. It's just a yes or no. Is there a relationship between self-harm and suicide? Yes or no? Pushing my luck here. Oh, yes, you are there. Thank you, people. That could have gone very wrong. Okay, then. Thank you very much. Second question. Don't overthink it. Oh, you're very excitable. I like it. All right, second question. Does self-harm lead to suicide? Does self-harm lead to suicide? There you go. That's what I was waiting for. If I wait long enough and hold it long enough, after all the no's, we get not necessarily, sometimes, can do, maybe. And that's what's happened here. I could have predicted that. From research, we know there is a relationship between self-harm and suicide. People who self-harm are more likely to make an attempt on their own life and or die by suicide than somebody who's never self-harmed. Now, Alison, because I can see you, you don't need to do anything. I'm just going to use your name, okay? So, play the game. I don't know anything about Alison on this level, but we're going to work with it. Alison's thinking, where's this going? She's looking scared. So, I smoked for 13 years, minimum 10 cigarettes a day. I promise you this is going somewhere. Let's say Alison has never, ever smoked before. I'm a smoker. I continue smoking for another decade. I'm now 23 years a smoker, minimum 10 fags a day. Alison, stay strong, do not smoke. In the chat, yes or no? From research, am I more likely as a smoker of minimum 10 fags a day for 23 years, am I more likely to get a lung-related disease than Alison, the non-smoker? Yes or no? All right. Okay, fine, yes. All right then, second question. From research, is Alison immune to lung-related diseases? No, because smoking is not the sole indicator of lung-related diseases, it's a vulnerability factor. Just like self-harm is not the sole indicator of suicide, it's a vulnerability factor. And in 45 minutes, I don't have time to go in depth with this, but I need you to know, just because someone self-harms, it does not mean if we don't stop them, if they don't change their behavior, they will definitely 100% end up dying by suicide. It doesn't work like that. There is no way you can manipulate the self-harm statistics to meet the suicide statistics. One death is one death too many. But more than 6,069 people, the number who died by suicide in 2023 in the UK, self-harm. But if you self-harm, you're more vulnerable to suicide. And like I said, I apologise, I can't go more in depth with it today. But this is why best practice says, when presented with self-harm, we should be asking about suicidal thoughts. But the thing is, and I've experienced this a lot in my work, that when young people are being asked about suicidal thoughts, especially in settings like schools by professionals, Sometimes parents and carers can get upset at this because they feel that ideas are being put in the child's head. Or they'll say things like, well, my son or daughter was just scratching themselves. They were just picking their skin. Why are you asking them about suicidal thoughts? I'd understand if they tied a ligature or took 100 tablets, but you can't die by doing the skin scratching. It's not about whether they can die or not. It's about the intent behind the behaviour. And we can't assume suicidality or the lack of it based upon presentation of self-harm. And that's why best practice says we ask the question about suicidal thoughts when presented with self-harm, and not do what I call pick and choose when to ask based upon presentation. Because that can happen. It's almost like we're waiting for the behaviour to escalate. It doesn't have to get to that stage. And all the research has shown that directly asking about suicide does not lead to suicide. And this isn't professionals just randomly going up to young people going, are you suicidal? Because that'd be weird. The context is that they've presented with self-harm. So please don't be angry if you're a parent carer and your child gets asked about suicidal thoughts upon presentation on self-harm. And as a professional, we should be able to ask about suicidal thoughts when presented with self-harm. But I strongly recommend you go on suicide awareness training before asking the questions. But the government says this as well. It's everybody's business to be asking about suicidal thoughts. Jackie's just put, so more violent self-harm like swallowing bleach, not higher risk of suicidality. So the way I'm going to word it, Jackie, is that some forms of self-harm carry a much greater risk of serious medical harm or death than others. But a suicide is where the intent is to end one's own life. Just because someone dies as a direct consequence of their actions in this country will not automatically make it a suicide. That's down to the coroner to decide on the balance of on the balance of probabilities that in that moment they intended to end their own life. So I hope that answers your question. So it's a high risk of death, but not suicidality. All right then. So when it comes to the definition, we've looked at it. When it comes to self-harm and suicide, I've touched upon it. And in summary, best practice says when presented with self-harm, we ask about suicidal thoughts because of that increased risk. And also, please know it's estimated that 1 in 5 people will have a suicidal thought at some stage in their life. And it's another question that's coming is, does everyone who takes their own life start with self-harm? No, to our knowledge. I think it was just over 50% of recorded suicides in the UK showed a history of self-harm. But we've got to remember there's a lot of people who won't tell us that they self-harm. And not everybody who's, and there'll be people out there who have never self-harmed and still can become suicidal. But again, this is where a suicide awareness course can become really beneficial because I go more in depth with that. So for the rest of the session, I'm not talking about someone whose intent is to end their own life. What I'm looking at is people who are self-harming and they're trying to get through that pain, that distress. The way I say it is the person who's self-harming still sees a tomorrow. The person who's suicidal doesn't, because hopelessness has set in, and hopelessness is a key feature of suicide. Okay. What can lead to self-harm? I know you've been given lots of examples already today, and I'm going across the ages here, just because I know some people may be affected into adulthood, or there could be people on this course. From collated research, these are just some reasons people have given us to why they've self-harmed. And the point here is, and there you go, someone's put it, ACEs. The thing is, I could say what can lead to self-harm is psychological distress and trauma, ACEs, adverse childhood experiences. The reason I personally don't say it is because I think these phrases get thrown around quite a lot and they can lead people to have a set idea of these are the things that can lead to self-harm. However, it can be absolutely anything. And what I don't want us to do is become complacent. Oh, if it's a young person, school age, it's got to be bullying or academic pressure or body image. Actually, it could be a relationship breakdown or poverty. And an adult could be self-harming because of academic pressure, because of bullying, because of sexual gender identity. There have been some common issues that have been noted. Common issues with young people are things like bullying, body image, social media, sexual gender identity, pressure, academic pressure, including perfectionism. But they're not exclusive reasons. What I always say is, when it comes to self-harm, sorry, Alison, did you want to say something?
No.
Okay, sorry. When it comes to self-harm, if someone gives us a reason as to why they self-harmed, that's absolutely huge. Because most people say, I don't know. And that can be really frustrating. And I've seen it. Why aren't they telling me? They're being difficult. I want to support them. Remember, it can be reasons such as fear, worried about the consequences, being taken away from home, someone getting in trouble, being judged, being ashamed, feeling their reasons aren't big enough. Well, I can't support them if I don't know. I think Pooky said it in her talk. We like to fix things. We're not there to fix things. We're there to support. And we can't fix everything. But you can still support someone if you don't know why they're self-harming. Because you know what we do know if they're self-harming? They're in distress. We can still support them, and we'll look at how to do that after. But if they give us a reason, that's beneficial. But I always think that we, as a society in the UK, hierarchy distress. We don't mean to, but we do. We put things in order of most crappy to least crappy. It's not deliberate, it's not intentional, it's a subconscious thing. But this is how it can impact. So I disclose to you that I've self-harmed. Let's say I'm your young person, creepy, I know, but go with it. I'm your young person and I disclose to you I've self-harmed. You could be my parent, you could be my carer, you could be a professional. And I'm like, okay, I've never told anyone this before. And let's go with I've done a medically serious form of self-harm, and for the sake of training, it came out the blue. I cut myself to the point of needing stitches. I overdosed on 100 tablets. You're thinking, what on earth has Satveer gone through to make her do this? What has she gone through? And then I go, okay, the reason I cut so deeply or took them tablets is because, I'll give you 3 reasons. It's because I think you love my brother more than me. Or I think I'm going to fail all my exams even though I've been getting 9s all my life. Or I don't think anybody likes me and they just pretend. Now, I'm not saying you, but some people might hear one of these reasons, professional layperson, and think, I thought my mum loved the dog more than me. I didn't go round cutting myself to the point of needing stitches. I thought I was going to fail on my exams. I didn't go round taking 100 tablets. But then you realise what I'm doing, because after I tell you, I give you a side eye. I'm testing the water. I'm seeing how you react to this, and then I'll give you the biggie. So what we, speaking generally, can do is listen, active listening, don't interrupt, hear them out, even though the panic might be on the inside. And then you say something like this when I finish talking. Very important that we tilt our heads. Thank you so much for sharing, Satveer. That can't have been easy. What else is happening? What have I just heard as a young person? Anybody in the chat? Thank you so much for sharing. What else is happening? What have I heard as a young person when that was said to me? Anybody? Non-judgment, not believed. So the first comment was non-judgment, and that's the one that always comes up. You've been heard, listened to. But then the other reasons are coming in. It's not enough. You want more. And without realizing, this is what I mean about language use. Sometimes the language we use inadvertently is dismissive. We think we're showing listening and keeping the conversation open, but what that person in their vulnerable state can hear is, it's not enough, I want more. And this is what I mean by hierarchy and distress, because I promise you, if I turned around and said the reason I did any of them self-harm behaviours is because I was gang raped, you would not end that conversation with what else is happening, because that would be enough. Distress is subjective. And I appreciate, I'm a mother, I appreciate it can be frustrating to hear a reason when you might be sitting there thinking, bloody hell, if you knew what I went through in my life, then you'd know pain and distress. What do you mean your 6-week relationship broke down? My 32-year-old marriage broke down. Distress is subjective. Change your language, not just around self-harm in general. You know, if someone discloses something to us when they're in distress, instead of saying what else is happening, what we might say instead is, thank you so much for sharing. If there's anything else you'd like to talk to me about, I'm here. But let's go back to thinking that I love your sister more than you, or you're going to fail your exams. So we keep the conversation open, but we take it back to the issue they raised. Because why are we going to ignore it? They raised it for a reason. So please do just remember that. Oh, I hate these short sessions. Got to dash through. Can't be late. None of the other speakers were. So just have a look at the slides. Ooh, look at that. I said no distressing images, but I do have crappy clip art. Have a look at the pictures. I want you guys to think about the last time you had a really crappy day, okay? Because a lot of people have crappy days, and a lot of people on their crappy day have a moment where they think, when she shuts up, when I finish this conference, when I've sent that email, I'm going to. And that's what we're going to look at. You're very lucky. I don't have time to ask you lot what you do, but in my longer training, I do torment you. I'm like, what do you lot do on your crappy day? Now, a lot of people will say things like this, just going with a standard room, okay? Drink alcohol, go home, go to sleep, binge watch TV, eat junk, be on my own, hide away, shout, nitpick, manic, clean, exercise. Think about what you do on your crappy day. Just think about it for a moment. Now think about why you do what you do on your crappy day, okay? Why do you do it? I'm getting people sharing now, screaming to pillows, get a new job, unless someone's telling me to get a new job. Don't know which one that was answering. So think about it, why you do what you do on your bad day. Is it fair to say that you might do what you do on your bad day because it's your coping mechanism? Because at some stage in your life you did it, it worked, so you go back to it. Why wouldn't you? It works. Other people might even tell you what to do. My mate Alison, the non-smoker, she sees me getting stressed out, and you know what my mate Alison says to me? Go and have a cigarette. I'll get the coffees in. She doesn't even smoke. But people will know what you do. Go home and pour yourself a large glass of wine. Don't do any paperwork tonight. You do it because it works. Because on that crap day, you need some control. Can't control me rambling on. Can't control your internet playing up. The emails coming through. Don't they know you're at a conference? But you can control what wine you drink, what chocolate you eat, that you're on your own. Relief for feelings makes you feel better. That's why you do it. It doesn't say feel better though, because not all of the things will make you feel better, but they may give you a relief, albeit temporary, of the crap feelings you're having. A release, crying, shouting, smacking the hoover against a skirting board, slamming the cupboards, exercising, letting it out. Distraction. I just want to go home and lose myself in that Netflix show. 4 episodes later, you're not sitting there going, what the bloody hell happened? But you've had some temporary respite that's got you through. To feel or become numb. Feel tired after that exercise. Feel satisfied now your house is spotless after your angry clean. Feel full after that junk. Numbness, not promoting it, drinking alcohol. Going to sleep. Feel nothing. Self-punishment. You, my lovely, should be asleep, shouldn't you? But there you are, second bottle of wine, episode 4, season 5, 3:32 a.m. Who feels like poo-poo the next day? You. But in that moment it worked. Prevention of causing pain to another. You guys who like to take yourself away and hide. Because if someone comes in front of you, you don't know what you're going to do. You're going to lose it. Prevention of causing pain to another. And finally, a communication of emotional pain, stress and distress. On your bad day, that's what you're doing, communicating. When I walk into my house and I go, why is a bloody hallway light on? My daughter knows something happened on the way home. I don't have to tell her all the motorways that had traffic. For you, it could be the way you slam the door or walk in drinking out the bottle of wine. But some of you might go, I'm by myself. Who am I communicating to? You. You're communicating to yourself. And this is why people self-harm. And for me, this is a key. Because the rest of it isn't rocket science. But one of the biggest barriers, especially for parents and carers, but also professionals, isn't the theory behind it, it's the understanding. I just don't get it. And that becomes a barrier. Because then I can't help you, because I don't get it. I couldn't imagine myself doing that. You don't need to self-harm to be able to support someone who self-harms. You don't even have to agree with self-harm to support someone who self-harms. but you need to respect that in that moment, self-harm serves positive functions. And if you understand that, you will then understand why someone finds it so hard to stop or simply change a behavior. Because what they hear isn't stop self-harming, they hear stop coping, stop getting a control, stop getting a distraction. I'm going to go through these one more time quickly using self-harm as the example, and then we'll look at a general best practice response. So I do this work because I've self-harmed since I was 12, so I'm in a fortunate position that I'm a trainer with lived experience. I'm not going to share my life story with you, but I'm going to give you an overview because, one, it's a bit sad and depressing. It ends in self-harm, for goodness sake, but also because it gives no benefit to you knowing the ins and outs. But in summary, I self-harmed because I've grown up in abuse, an abusive home, domestic abuse, controlling coercive behaviour. And then as an adult, I didn't have a nice life because I've never dealt with my childhood issues, so I carried them with me. And I went through things like teenage, pregnancy, domestic abusive relationship, honour-based abuse. My daughter's dad's Muslim, I'm Sikh, not a great combination. Homelessness, poverty, I'm gay and Asian, not a great combination. So they're the reasons I self-harmed. I self-harmed from the age of 12. I got support from the age of 19, but I didn't engage with support till I was 24, because getting support and engaging are two very different things. From the ages of 19 to 23, I was really just ticking a box, going to appointments to shut people up, make other people happy, meet service needs. But engaging with support happened at 24. Everybody's journey is different. This is mine. Some people may only self-harm for one episode, a period, that relationship breakdown, them exams. Other people like me may return to the behaviour at times of distress. I did a different combination of self-harm. I used to overdose on medications from the ages of 12 to 18, paracetamol namely, and from the ages of 18 upwards, I used cutting as a method. Not everybody will cut. My cuts went from medically superficial to needing stitches. Someone else might stay to the same level medical severity of injuries. Someone else might never change their method of self-harm. Everybody's journey is different. I changed my method because I now associate tablets with death because I've attempted suicide on 3 occasions with tablets. Someone else might change their method because it's been taken away from them, or they're in a setting where they can't use the implements they normally use, or it's just not working anymore. Everybody's journey is different. But if you notice a change in frequency, intensity, or method of self-harm, it's really important to check back in with someone because it can be an indicator their distress has increased. So using my examples, whether I was overdosing on medications or cutting, whether that was superficially or needing stitches, it's my coping mechanism. Because if it worked at 12 and got me through that, it'll get me through this at 14 and 15 and 18 and 21. It's important to note that self-harm didn't come every single day. It came in peaks of heightened emotional distress. The self-harm was like this. And you self-harm at then peaks of distress. You might self-harm for 3 days, 5 days, 1 day, but then you might not do it for days, weeks and months in between. And you might see this with people you know, because you'll say things like, they were doing so well, what happened? For the vast majority, it's a response to distress, not an addiction, a response. A bit like crying, but just because someone's not crying doesn't mean they're not in distress. So it's a coping mechanism. You go back to it because it worked. It's control. I can't control, using my example, my dad abusing me. I can't control where I live. I can't control my daughter being put in care. I can't control my mum disappearing, but I can control how I hurt myself. It's a relief of feelings. Doesn't it hurt? Of course it hurts. But anything's a relief of feeling, like a bad mum, bad sister, bad daughter, a failure, including physical pain. A release, for me, that was my deeper cuts. I can't explain it any other way. I've got a degree in psychology, had loads of therapy and medication, and I still can't say it any other way than it felt like letting the crap out. But another example is someone who punches a wall. They're releasing them emotions. A distraction. The physical pain can be a distraction to the emotional pain. I don't want to feel like a bad mum, bad sister, bad daughter. I don't want to feel him. I'd rather feel the pain on myself. And it doesn't last forever, but neither does your glass of wine or your TV show. To feel or become numb, feeling for me is cutting, numbness was overdosing. For someone else, burning and ligatures. Self-punishment, you deserve it because you're a crap person. You punish yourself. Low self-confidence, low self-worth, low self-esteem. Prevention of causing pain to another. going to use Alison's name again just because I've, known her via email, but prevention of causing pain to another. If I go and punch Alison in the face because I'm angry, I'm going to get in trouble. But if I go home and take it out on me, doesn't matter. I don't count. And parents and carers, I often hear young people say, I don't want my parent carer to know. Not because they hate them, can happen, or they're the cause of the distress, can happen. But the majority of the time, because I don't want to upset them. They've got enough going on. I don't want to worry them. Parent carer, understandably, is sad, angry, frustrated, annoyed, scared. They've been hiding their self-harm. They've not been hiding their self-harm. They've often been hiding why they're self-harming. And finally, a communication of emotional pain, stress and distress. On that crap day, that's what I was doing. But people look at me and they're like, well, she's got no issues in communicating. I don't. But I do have issues in communicating emotional pain, stress and distress. To this day, I don't know how to word some of the things that I've gone through and tell you how they made me feel. But I can show you 7 stitches, 12 stitches, 20 tablets, 40 tablets. That's how much it hurts. When someone discloses to you that they self-harmed, they're not communicating that they cut or burnt or scratched or banged their head or overdosed. They're communicating they're in distress. I want us to stop saying, I've got a young person who's self-harming, because the sole focus becomes on the behaviour. And something young people and adults who self-harm don't like is when the sole focus becomes on the self-harm. Self-harm is a symptom of the distress. So why don't we say, I've got a young person who's in distress and self-harming, a young person who's being bullied and self-harming. We focus on the distress first, not the response, because we can help with things like that. But the self-harm starts freaking everybody out. And then it's like, I can't, it's beyond my skill set. You can all support someone who's self-harming because you've all supported someone who's in distress. When it comes to the general best practice response, appreciating again that this might be covering some of the things people mentioned, but just very simply, don't be angry, shocked, judgmental. Easier said than done. Language like, oh, what have you done that to yourself? Or not again, you were doing so well, can make someone feel like a failure. Just be mindful of what we're saying. Safe private environment to speak, different strokes for different folks. I talk to my daughter playing on the PlayStation, and lack of eye contact. Someone else going for a walk. Pooky mentioned some of these earlier. Do remember to provide any first aid if you're a professional working within your job role. Please remember to be proportionate in first aid. Don't be dragging someone to A&E for a superficial cut just because it's self-harm and you think they're going to get seen faster. Often that can increase distress. A cut's a cut, manage it appropriately, and disclosure of self-poisoning should be taken seriously and medical attention sought. First aid advice should be given. It's not encouraging self-harm to tell someone how to keep safe. Someone who's cutting to tell them not to use dirty implements is reducing risk. Telling someone who overdoses there's no safe level of self-poisoning is reducing risk. Providing clean implements so they can do first aid isn't encouraging it, it's reducing risk. Thank them for sharing. I'm not saying give out stickers and certificates, but thank you for sharing. I know that could have been scary. Look for safeguarding concerns for professionals. Self-harm is a safeguarding concern. If you work in a school, it's right on CPOMs, isn't it? It might concern self-harm. But remember, there's something behind the self-harm. Don't stop digging. They give us a reason. Don't look for bigger. Don't look for more. None more. What else is happening? And remember, if they say they don't know, that's fine. Because what you do know is they're self-harming. The first step for me could be simply telling you that I self-harm. Showing you. Because I need you to know right now things are crap. But I'm not quite ready to talk about it yet. What can you do? Keep me safe. Don't force me. Reduce risk. Give me options. Don't ask why. Why have you self-harmed is a very loaded question. And most people are going to go, don't know, felt like shit. It's loaded. Change your question. The focus is only on the self-harm. I can see you struggling. Would you like to talk to me about what's going on? See how we're focusing on the distress, not the behaviour. Because self-harm's not the focus. Be honest about who you're telling and why, especially professionals, otherwise you're little snitchers and they shut down. Be mindful of checking and praising behaviours. When was the last time you self-harmed is a very popular question that gets asked. I last self-harmed 5 years ago. You know what people think? She's better because I'm Satveer the self-harmer and things can't have been that crap then, can they, in the last 5 years? Because it's become the measure of my distress and that's very dangerous. Just because I'm not self-harming doesn't mean I'm not struggling. And it doesn't mean I haven't struggled as much as I did in the days that I self-harmed. Change a question. When was the last time you had the urge to self-harm, whether you did or didn't? Praising behaviours. I haven't self-harmed in 3 weeks. It's tempting to say, well done, keep it up. Moving forward, what we might say is that's really positive, but if anything changes, I'm here. We acknowledge a change, but we keep the door open. Where relevant, we create a safety plan, more so for professionals, refer to mental health services, and don't forget about alternative strategies. And I'll include some in your PDFs. Pooky spoke about soothing boxes, etc. They're not other ways to self-harm, they're other ways to meet the functions of self-harm, a distraction, of release, self-punishment. And even if they do it once, it's one less time they hurt themselves. And don't forget information, support and signposting on others who may be affected. Someone did ask the question in relation to, should I focus upon stopping self-harm, object removal, one-to-ones? I don't have time to go into that. What I will say is simply focusing upon stopping self-harm doesn't work, but it might be a short-term risk reduction method. But remember, you can't eliminate risk, you can only reduce it. When it comes to giving people access to sharps, again, within the family home, this can be on a case-by-case basis. And I know some parents and carers who have left implements with their young people, but again, only do this if the support is there, because then can come the fears of they've hurt themselves and it's my fault. But I have seen it happen in certain settings, but it's a controlled environment. Just to end on, please note that if someone doesn't stop self-harming, it doesn't mean you failed, because recovery means different things to different people. And for one person, that simply might be opening up and disclosing that they self-harm, to another, reducing self-harm. I hope you find this useful. I know it's been a whirlwind tour. There's so much more we can go into, but thank you very much for having me.
Satveer, that was fantastic. Thank you so much. And I'll share everything with everyone, as I've said all the way along. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. Right, our last presentation is a young man. He likes to be called a storyteller. I said it was a spoken word, but he's going to tell us his journey, and his name is Harry Clarke. I'll get him to unmute.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Over to you, Harry.
Hello. Let's see if I can start my camera. Although I'm only 28, I do have the technical abilities of an old man. So let me just work this out. There we go. Hello. Can you see me all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Brilliant. Okay. So good afternoon. My name's Harry Clarke. I'm a storyteller, and as Alison says, I'm also a spoken word artist. I will accept that title. Thank you, Alison. I'm an actor, and I have also lived experience of self-harm. As an actor, I've spent my life telling other people's stories, but today I'll be telling mine. But before I begin, I want to acknowledge that this is my story, but it is just one of many. And today I'm here sharing my journey, and yet each one of us carries stories that shape who we are. Some are shared openly, others are kept private, and many remain willing to be told. While I'm only one voice, my experiences may echo those of many others who are also grappling with the personal struggles of self-harm. Every story matters, and today I'm sharing mine in the hope that this resonates and perhaps maybe brings some comfort to others directly or indirectly. So, a bit of background about me. So I was born in Shoreham by Sea in 1996 to a South African mother and an English father. I don't really know much about the history of my mum's side of the family. All I know is that my mum was born in Cape Town in 1969. I moved to England when she was 4 during the apartheid. I think that was in 1974. My parents had extremely different upbringings. So my mum was put into a children's home when she was 13. We weren't ever told why this happened. And mum didn't really speak about her childhood experiences. And my dad, he lived with his parents well into his 20s and shared his childhood openly, showed me from a young age that there can be vast differences in people's experiences and upbringings. I also have a sister who is 8 years older than me, and she kind of took on the role of parent for me growing up, especially when she turned 16. I usually remember that she would take me out for firework displays or into Brighton or to the pier, which actually, as an adult, thinking back on it, I hated it all. But spending time with my sister was paramount, was just the most amazing thing. And those are the sorts of activities that my parents would never and could never really do with me. When we were younger, our mum would have these outbursts. They were like outbursts of rage and anger. And for me and my sister, the emotional and physical abuse, it started young. Sometimes our mum would scream at me so loud that my sister would start screaming back at mum to take some of the attention off me. To this day, I don't know how many hits my sister took for me, but I am really grateful. We remember the distinct feeling of being unwanted and never feeling like we were good enough. But we did have each other. I mean, our mum clearly suffered with what happened to her as a child, and that really came through in her parenting. We remember times that she would just scream at us for hours, break things, punishments for the smallest things would be quite severe. However, our parents worked extremely hard. We never went out without for Christmas or birthdays, which seemed like the only time that things sort of felt okay. I remember every year my dad would sort of lift me into the attic, which I loved doing. I felt it was really cool. I'd pretend I was an explorer up there, looking through all of the old stuff just to get the Christmas decorations. And then we put music on and we put the Christmas decorations up, and it would be brilliant. It'd be amazing. And one year, I think my mum decided that conventional advent calendars weren't good enough. She didn't like the fact that I just open a little chocolate window and get a little bit of chocolate every morning. So instead, she would go to the shop. She'd buy 24 different sweets, and then she'd wrap them up in little parcels, and I'd be able to open one every day of Advent. On the other side of this, my mum would be in bed for days, sometimes unresponsive to now what I assume is a deep depression. My sister got kicked out of home when she was 8. No, not when she was 8. That's way too young. When I was 8 and she was 16. I remember hearing the screams and the shouts downstairs, looking through the banister to see my sister banging the back of her head on the wall in the hallway while my mum screamed at her. I was never told the reason why she was kicked out. And I never knew until we were adults that it was just an argument over a boyfriend that my sister had that my mum decided that she didn't like. She was away for about 18 months. And in that 18 months, I wasn't allowed to mention my sister's name, talk about her, ask where she was. And because she was gone, for me, the abuse got worse. With times that both mum and dad would hit me or lock me in my room, take everything I had apart from my bed. I would say the worst punishment that I ever received from them was probably the silent treatment, where my mum wouldn't talk to me, look at me, or acknowledge me for days at a time. And we're talking like I was 8 years old. I was a small child. Dealing with the isolation and the loneliness was something that I had to learn very, very young. I was lucky enough to have 3 grandparents who loved me very much. I had my maternal grandma, who I saw a couple of times a year. She lived up in Romford. When we were on our way back home from Romford to see grandma, she would pack us a little travel pack full of like sweets, and it would always have a £1 coin in it. When my sister turned 16, she came home from grandma's. She threw my packet at me and she went, "I've been told that I'm old enough. I'm too old for them, but you're not." And grandma just gave me money and I didn't get any sweets. And I was like, ha, ha, ha. We still talk about that to this day. And then I have my paternal grandparents, my nan and granddad, who I stayed with every weekend and holiday without fail. The memories of being at my nan, I see as being like really bright and warm. She would buy me sweets. Apparently my childhood was really sweet-centered. And she would tell me not to tell granddad that she bought me sweets, not knowing that a couple of hours before, granddad had bought me sweets and told me not to tell tell nan. I was truly loved and cherished there. So I lived my life as two different people. The weekend version of me that would be happy and content. I would laugh and play. I have friends there too that I loved playing outside with. And I remember my nan had the tree in a big back garden that I used to enjoy climbing up when she wasn't looking. Then there was during the week me. I had to keep all the feelings inside, tiptoed around, make sure I didn't upset anyone. I had to become as small as I possibly could. When I was about 8 years old, I remember having terrible trouble with sleep. I would be awake around 2 o'clock in the morning, sometimes unable to rest, sometimes listening to my mum screaming at my dad, throwing things at him. I'd hold tight on the blanket and pretend to be someone else or be somewhere else. One night, I remember I came downstairs to get a drink because I was thirsty, and my mum started screaming at me and hit me up the stairs. And I went to school the next day, and I was still so terrified from the situation. I was a wreck. I was shaking. I was frightened. I was really frightened, and I accidentally ripped a page in a book. And I was inconsolable. I was crying. I was banging my head just like I'd seen my sister do, and saying, "Please don't tell my mum." I was so frightened. After that incident, my mum all of a sudden got a bit better for a while. And now, obviously, as an adult, I realise that, people probably were called and, some stuff was done. When I was 9, my maternal grandmother passed away. It was the first experience I really had of someone dying. There was an added complication that my mum wasn't talking to my grandma and refused to go to the funeral. I remember going to the funeral of my nan and holding her hand through the ceremony. My dad sat outside in the car, waited as he was frightened to go in because he didn't want to be in trouble with my mum. I remember looking at the coffin in the church and my sister getting up and giving a speech. It wasn't something we really talked about much. I had some time off school, stayed with my nan, which I loved. And every year after that, my sister and I would go and throw flowers in the sea when it was Grandma's anniversary. And I'm 28 now. My sister lives on the other side of the world. And every year without fail, on the 10th of June, we still do it. So I was 9. I had a picture of me and my grandma on my nightstand. And one night, I knocked the picture off the nightstand and the glass in the frame broke. And that's where it all began. I took the glass from the frame and I put it to the top of my hand and I cut it. I didn't know why at the time. I don't know why I did it, but I really felt like it made me feel better. I went to school the next day with 3 scratches on my hand and I just said I'd fallen over. No one really thought anything of it because it was around 2005 and self-harm wasn't really a thing that people really knew much about. Especially with children so young, it's almost incomprehensible that a small child would think to do that. But I guess looking back, seeing my mum screaming at my sister and my sister managing it by banging her head on the wall repeatedly, something that as an adult, my sister does blame herself for my self-harm because of what I saw. I've always sort of told her that I came to my own conclusions and, we work to find ways that we help ourselves. So that's where it all began, really. The pain, the cut, and the shame. I lived this secret life where this thing was happening to me and I didn't know what it was, but it felt good. It felt bad. It felt like a kind of control that I had never in my life experienced. It became almost addictive to me. It was on a small scale for many years, so some people would use the term superficial marks. This term, along with many others used to describe my actions at the time, would be something I would carry along with me like a chain on my back for the rest of my life. Because the term superficial makes it feel like it's not serious and it's not important. At the time, superficial was followed usually by the phrase, he's probably just attention seeking. Now, I could go on for hours about those sort of sentiments and those phrases. However, I will just say this. Everything you say has an impact, and you never know how much one comment can stay with someone. Choose your words carefully, because these words can be something else for another person to carry. I was probably about 13 when someone found out what was going on. There was an incident at home when my mum and dad had beat me, and I felt I couldn't take it anymore, so I told someone at school. At the time, I showed them the scratches on my arm, and I told them what I'd been doing for all those years. I told them my biggest secret. The first time I heard someone describe what I was doing as self-harm and using terms such as superficial and attention-seeking. Like when I was 8 years old, I felt the fear of my mother finding out. The school had said they had to tell her what was going on. The walk home, the longest walk of my life. My chest felt heavy, my heart was going a million miles an hour, and the fear grew into this heavy monster. I got home and I realised that both my parents were out working late. I went to my room and I just sat and waited, trying to find some comfort, trying to find something to stop my mind buzzing, to get rid of that horrible heavy feeling. It was like there were bees in my head. Then I heard the door go. Then the footsteps up the stairs, and my door swung open. "Show me your arms," she said, and I timidly raised my sleeve to show her the marks on my hands and my arms. "Why did you do that?" I burst into tears. I don't remember much about that specific time or what specifically was said, but what I do remember is my mum wearing this white dressing gown. And I remember this distinctly because she pulled me in for a hug. My face was pressed up against her dressing gown. Was this comfort? I couldn't breathe. I felt like I was suffocating. As I speak now, I can see it, I can feel it. That was not love. It was control. She led me downstairs to my sister, pulled my sleeve down and showed my arm to my sister and said, "Look what he's been doing. He's been cutting himself." And she burst out laughing. And I shrank. Unsurprisingly, around 6 months later, I ended up in care. I bounced around the foster system for a while. I lived in 8 different places in the space of a year at one point, living with my grandma for around 6 weeks and then friends of the family. I was essentially sofa surfing until I was put into care. My mother and father cut all contact with me. I was 14. I was all alone. Then I was given the lovely reputation at school of being what's called a troubled child. Another one of those phrases that stuck with me. I was a good kid who'd been through a rough time. I can say that now. On the other side, I had teachers and professionals in my life telling me how brave I was. Here's another one. Brave. I didn't feel brave. I felt lost. I felt scared. I felt unheard. And the only comfort I had, the only friend I had, was self-harm. So by the age of 15, self-harm had become a coping mechanism that I trusted to make everything feel better. It was like I would feel this euphoria after and then I'd have something physical that I could see that represented the pain that I was feeling inside. At 16, I was living in a foster placement in Worthing. And at this point, I'd almost given up in the middle of my GCSEs, and I felt like I'd lost everything. There were so many points I thought I'd hit rock bottom, but I just kept falling. This was when the self-harm got worse. The phrase superficial cut an attention-seeking reeling in my head. My sleep problems continued. I was exhausted. My internal pain was growing and growing until I just couldn't take it anymore. I cut deeper and deeper, and it felt good. I was almost in a trance with tears in my eyes, unbearable pain in my heart, and a razor blade in my hand. I've accidentally closed my thing that's my prompt. Bear with me, sorry. So that night I ended up in hospital, but I had to go alone because my foster carer drank too much wine. I was terrified. I was in a bright hospital with bright lights and scary people because it was 12 a.m. on a Friday. I waited for a couple of hours, then I got called in. "Have you been doing silly things?" said the doctor. Silly things, great. Another phrase. I thought by this point I was used to people saying things like that. I just replied with a nod. I needed 5 stitches. I asked the doctor if it was going to hurt, and he laughed as if to say, "Well, you've already hurt yourself. It doesn't really matter if you hurt anymore." He didn't say it, but I knew that's what he meant. I got on taxi home that night from the hospital. My foster carer wouldn't pick me up. She left £20 on the porch and paid for the taxi. I didn't see her until the following morning. Once more, I was isolated, alone, and hurt, when all I needed was comfort. I moved out of that foster placement, luckily after 10 weeks. Many people over the years have said things to me along the lines of, "No, you're not going to do anything silly, are you?" Or "Promise me you won't do that again." And some of this is coming from a place of caring, I get it, or coming from a place of discomfort. But I got to the point when people asked me if I would promise not to do it again, I'd say, "No, I won't promise." This seemed to panic people, but I couldn't make that promise. Even now, I can never ever say that I won't self-harm again. In these moments, I wanted to harm. I was not thinking about the people who I'd made these empty promises to. And if I did, I was riddled with shame and it just made me feel worse. What I was thinking about was wanting the pain from inside to go away. And sometimes it was so heavy, it felt like I was going to burst if I didn't do anything about it. Years went on, the self-harm continued with visits in and out in hospital. I got very good at convincing doctors and nurses and mental health professionals that I was well enough to go home and that I wasn't going to do it again. I started psychotherapy when I was 17 and continue counselling to this day. I have a different outlook on my self-harm now, and I've spent the last 9 years of my career supporting people in some way or another with self-harm or mental health struggles. I have visible scars on my arms and my hands and, my upper arms, and I wear short sleeve t-shirts. I don't hide my self-harm. I'm not proud of it, but the scars are a small part of my story. But what I think I realized is that there is so much story left to write. So with that, here's another side of my story. I've taken my struggles and my life experiences and I've spent my career and my personal time in the pursuit of supporting others. I achieved a degree in theatre arts, found an outlet for my emotions through characters. I joined an amateur dramatic society where I found a family of people who I love and love me and love the same things, regardless of my scars and my history. I achieved a master's degree in inclusive art practice. I trained foster carers, social workers on how to support young people in care. I spent 10 years championing young people's voices and continue to this day. A few years ago, I saw a picture of a man giving a talk, and on the screen it said, "Be who you needed when you were younger." And I've lived by that every day since. There was a light for me. I've told you a small amount of the darkness of my past that no longer haunts me as much as it did. I talked about being alone, but looking back, I had wonderful people on my side too. You don't know these people. I'm going to thank you. I'm going to thank them. So there was Miss Scott, my pastoral support worker from school, who always listened to me, fought for me when I was jumping through the care system. She listened and she cared. That's all I needed. To Chris, my psychotherapist for 7 years, who saw the worst parts of me and stuck with me. Alison and Kath for taking me to the hospital when I needed to go because I cut too deep and I didn't know who else to call. Gary and Lorraine, my foster carers, who showed me that I could be loved and to this day remain huge parts of my life. Shay, my friend who, although has a massive fear of blood, also sat with me in A&E for 7 hours and advocated for me when I couldn't. All the people I've worked with for giving me a chance to give back, to be the person who I needed. And finally, my little brother George. He's not so little, he's 18 now. He's still my little. So giving me a reason to get through my mental health struggles and be there for him. All the people and many more that I've had a huge impact in my life. And it's the people in the life of someone who self-harms who are pivotal. I can let go of those chains now. I can say goodbye to the monster in my head. I'm living. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harry. I'm feeling emotional listening to that. I'm sure it resonated with everyone. We need to hear the voice of how it feels and everything. So thank you, Harry. You said you worried about how I'd, respond. You were as magnificent as I knew you'd be. So thank you. And thank you everyone today who's spoken and shared and helped this be, I hope, a very successful and powerful conference. So as I say, I only work 1 day a week, so give me a chance. Don't fill my inbox. So when am I going to get the stuff? I will do it. I'll have to edit this whole thing so you can see it, and then I will put time so you can catch up with everything. And I'll send it to you. If you were booked through Eventbrite, I will get that list and I will send you everything. So don't worry. And thank you all, everyone, so much. And I hope you've learned, if you learned one thing today, then our job's done. Thank you very much.